pegando áudio ambiente aí? Nos canais, tá?
Joguei no canal 2 o ambiente.
Tá. Quando for fazer, a gente tira, tá? Porque a transmissão senão ele pega o ambiente também. Pra cá. Joguei no canal 2.
Ah, tá.
Entendeu? Não, mas agora deixa pra gente testar, não tem problema. Quando a gente for gravar, só fica no canal que tá vindo da mesa de som.
Só não deixa o de...
Alô? Tá muito abafado, tá? Alô? Oi, som. Dá pra fazer no touch também aí com... Alô, som, teste, 1, 2. Ok. Alô, ei. Testando. Tá só um pouco ainda abafado, tá? Alô, ei. Som, 1, 2. Oi. Eu não sei se você já tá mandando o áudio pra câmera ou não. Tá. Você tá selecionando o canal certo? Alô? Irmão. Quer trocar? Devolver a carteira 4 anos atrás. Logo que eu renovei, eu já perdi a carteira. E a minha ex-esposa que tomou a maioria das multas. Só que ela não transferiu o nome dela, eu me ferrei. É muito bom, sabe? Aí daí... você pagar... bom, eu paguei também. Eu sempre pago. Aí... não, é o contrário aí, Marcelo. Tem alguma coisa errada aí. Aí a minha carteira vence agora dia 31 desse mês, né? Eu falei, putz, eu vou pegar um gancho aí de... Acho que 1 ano, porque eu já perdi... É a terceira vez que eu perco, né? E eu vou viajar agora, aluguei o motorhome, tudo, falei assim, eu não vou poder nem dirigir. Aí eu tô lá no escritório, chega uma carta do Detran pra mim, falei, ai, dá até aquele gelo, sabe, quando vem o negócio, eu abri, eu falei assim, seu Alan, sua carteira de motorista vence agora dia 31. Venha renovar conosco. O senhor já pode renovar durante o mês, né, que vence, né, pra você não ter problema. Eu falei assim, não, deve ser pegadinha, quando chegar lá eles vão me prender, né, porque eu saí de lá algemado. Aí eu falei, não é possível. Eu peguei, entrei na internet, no site do Detran, e fui pesquisar lá, né? E aí, engraçado que tá lá, todo o meu histórico de pontuação, tem 70 e tantos pontos, assim, eu tô bem qualificado mesmo, e perdi bem perdido, e consta lá o processo instaurado de cassação da carteira, mas há 4 anos atrás, né? Então eu não sei se deu um problema no sistema, se caducou, se o cara achou que eu levei e tomei a suspensão e já tô com a carteira de volta. Eu sei que eu passei um óleo de peroba, porque não adianta que a minha cara me condena quando eu tô fazendo coisa errada, né? Eu fico vermelho, mas... Nossa, é horrível. Aí, só que a minha carteira, por causa do ônibus, é carteira D, né? De profissional. Aí eu fui lá ver, pra renovar a carteira D, precisa fazer exame toxicológico. Eu falei, meu Deus do céu, onde que é isso aí? R$ 200 pra fazer um exame toxicológico. Aí eu fui lá na clínica, ela falou assim, moço, mas não dá pra fazer com você que você é careca, né? Precisa ter 5 centímetros de cabelo. Eu falei, moço, eu tenho 1 centímetro de cabelo desde quando eu comecei a ficar careca, eu sempre passei máquina 1, né? Ela falou, mas você tem pelo no peito? Eu falei, tenho. Ela falou assim, então a gente pode tirar do peito. Rapaz, mas elas me depenaram inteiro, assim. Um monte de pelo no peito. Eu falei, quanto tempo leva pra ficar pronto? Ela falou assim, 15 dias, né? Isso foi no começo desse mês. Aí eu falei, mas não tem chance de ficar pronto antes, que eu vou viajar agora dia 26, né? Ela falou assim, vai vendo na internet lá que tem. Aí beleza, aí eu peguei e fui... saiu o resultado, com 5 dias saiu, né? Eu tava morrendo de medo do resultado toxicológico. Aí saiu 5 dias, tá tudo beleza, né? Aí eu marquei e fui no Poupa Tempo, né? Lá em Campinas pra fazer. Aí levei o exame impresso e tal, né? Entrei na fila, mas com aquele medo, sabe? Falei assim, nossa, esses caras vão me... Agora me pegam, né? Aí eu cheguei na fila assim, entrei, o cara pegou o meu documento e tal, carteira, daí ele digitou o número lá e falou assim, senhor, o senhor tá com um problema aqui. Eu falei, Jesus, agora... Aí eu já, o vermelhão já acendeu, o Poupa Tempo iluminou de vermelho, as paredes, tudo. Eu falei, problema? Ainda fiz aquela cara de tonto, né? Problema? Ele falou assim, rapaz, porque o seu exame toxicológico, o laboratório não lançou no sistema do Detran. Falei, verdade, cara, mas eu tô com o exame aqui, ó, tá, eu passei, cara, por pode. Poxa, Marcão, aí ele falou assim, não, mas poxa, nossa, tá bem agudo esse aí. Falou assim, poxa, mas faz 2 anos que aconteceu isso. Ele falou assim, não, não importa, o senhor vai ter que fazer autoescola de novo, porque caça a carteira. Só porque você se recusou a fazer. Você vai ter que fazer a autoescola de novo e vai tomar uma suspensão de 1 ano. Então, assim, você faz a autoescola, tira a carteira, aí a carteira fica apreendida por 1 ano, para depois você poder. Aí eu suando frio ali com o meu, o cara digitando um monte de número. Poxa, Marcão. Se o Detran estiver ouvindo essa nossa conversa, minha carteira vai ser caçada. Ó, esse aqui também tá muito agudo. Não, imagina o Detran assistindo esse meu depoimento. Agora, né? Mas eu já peguei a carteira, tá comigo já. Aí o cara pegou e falou assim, não, tudo bem, agora é só fazer o exame médico, né? E aí você já renova. Só que eu não tô enxergando bem. Faz tempo já que eu tô precisando usar óculos, né? Falei, pô, agora eu vou tomar pau no exame de vista. Aí eu, não, tudo errado, tudo errado. Assim eu abaixo a luz, tá? Nossa, como foi rápido. Assim, puxar o saco. Assim, como foi rápido, doutor. Que beleza que esse pouco a tempo. Como eu gosto de vir aqui fazer as coisas. Assim, vai tá muito rápido mesmo, né? Melhorou, tá meio agudo esse aqui também. É... Aí ela falou, você tem algum problema de saúde? Eu falei, que eu saiba, não, né? Meu exame toxicológico tá aí, tá tudo certo. Ela falou, vamos fazer o exame de vista. Eu falei, meu Deus, agora não vou enxergar nada. Eu botei o olho naquele negócio lá. Aí as primeiras letras são grandes, tudo bem, né? Aí vai diminuindo, diminuindo. Quando chegou na última lá, o C e o O pra mim, mesma coisa. Não muda. Eu chutei lá, acho que eu chutei certo mesmo. Era C. Eu vi um buraquinho lá, falei assim, acho que é C, né? Aí falou assim, não, tá ótimo. Passei, doutor? Falei, passou. Acendeu lá a luz. Tá agudo ainda, Marcão. Esse aqui. Tá meio agudo esse aqui. Tá. É... Aí passou. Aí falou assim, você vai querer que entregue a sua carteira pelo correio? Ou você vem buscar? Falei, não. Quando ficar pronta? Falei, amanhã. Falei, não, eu venho buscar. Correio, correio demoraria 15 dias. Aí no dia seguinte fui lá buscar, ainda fui com medo. Falei assim, agora que eu vou ser preso. Eu fiz toda a gambiarra. Aí fui lá, peguei a carteira, saí correndo de lá do pouco a tempo antes que alguém me... 5, né? É. Ia passar pra 10 agora, mas ainda não passou. Agora, alô, oi. Agora tá bom. Não, mas não tá ruim não, melhorou, saiu um pouco daquele agudo. Oi. Som. Alô, teste, 1, 2. Quer que eu conte outra história, Marcão? Tá. Então, vou contar a história de ontem à noite. Cheguei na produtora ontem. Eu não gosto de fazer teste de microfone, viu, Joel? Deixa eu contar a história. Cheguei na produtora ontem à noite, tinha gravação, tá? Alô. É que eu tô meio longe aqui, agora eu tô com a boca mais perto. Tá, beleza. Tá, tá, mas ontem, cara, cara, chegou uma coisa que eu liguei na outra reunião, não conversando. Você acredita? Terminou a gravação lá, era. Oi, tá ouvindo? Terminou a gravação lá, era quase meia-noite. Aí tá azul de fome, fui comer um lanche. Alô, som, teste, alô, aí. Tá beleza aí? Então esses são aqueles mas tá dando microfone. Esses são com aqueles botão de push lá, de ligar e desligar. Alô, teste, som. 1, 2. Alô, oi. Achou? Alô, teste, alô. Beleza, hein? Tá tudo diferente a equalização do outro? Então aí vai ter que mexer mesmo.
esse tá bem agudo, esse é o nosso. Ah, tá bom. Alô, som testando. Tá agudo ainda, agora melhorou. Melhorou. Alô, ei, é isso aí. Pode pro outro? Não, eu que soprei aqui. Sou eu. Alô, tá um pouquinho, tá. Só no microfone. Ah, tá bom. Alô, som, teste. chegou. Alô. Oi, som. Só pode tirar o grave. Oi. Naquele outro do lado? Tá. Alô, som, aí. Tá, vou pro outro, tá? Som, alô, ei. Esse está bem agudo também, pode tirar.
Ei, alô, som. Ei.
What is crystal clear tonight? So let us dance until sunrise. So lift me up and then drop me in that water. You know I'm here right by your side. My mama said, hey, oh, come on, let's go down to the river. Hey, oh, come on, let's go into the water. So let that river flow. Wash away our sorrows. Hey, oh, come on, let's go down to the river. Down to the river, yeah. I'm staring out of my window and the rain is pouring down. When you left, I was so low, but I'm not gonna drown. I don't need no shoulder. I'm gonna be a soldier. I just wanna.
Marcão, só falta chegar seu áudio aqui, né? Não.
Não? Não é esse aqui teu cabo? Quer mais?
Não, pode chegar o controle na minha mesa.
Ah, tá bom então. É isso que eu tinha combinado com ele, você controlar aí. Good morning. Alô? E, a. Tá chegando aí a voz? Beleza? Ok. A. Beleza. Isso aqui tá pronto. Então tá todos os microfones funcionando. Tá bom? Então, é que deve estar muito alto, né? Tá rachando. Então, peraí. Tá rachando aí? E agora? Oi, e, e, e. A, e. Tá. Não, então, tá rachando, porque eu tô vendo o sinal aqui, tá muito alto que tá entrando. Mix out 7. Vê agora se. E agora? E. Tá, muito pouco. E. É, mas tá indo sinal pra caramba, tá? E. Tá, que agora já não tá mandando rachado mais. Como que tá a altura? Tem chiado? Tá, então deixa eu subir um pouquinho mais aqui. Aí deve tá rachando às vezes, não tá? Não? Tá bom? Então, resolvido. Só que eu não sei o que eu fiz aqui para voltar na rocha. Vamos ver. Ah, tá aqui, já achei.
Join you today physically in Brazil. So I may ask you to give a little bit of an insight into all the other innovation workshops that have been happening in the last couple of months. So we went to Bangkok, Hong Kong, Istanbul. We had several innovation workshops in Brussels, and all the participants had various insights and shared with us what are the trends in the various regions, what are some of the macro topics that we should look into when talking about digital and innovation and disruption. So I would like to share some thoughts with you today and set a little bit the theme so that you in your Brazil workshop can work well throughout the day. Me in, and I'm very glad I can join you digitally, even if I can't join you today physically in Brazil. So I may ask you to
colocar mais papel, mais caneta.
Mais uma caixa dando. É, vai faltar mesmo.
Isso, flutuante. Apertou para falar o português? Já aperta o botão. Isso. Para falar, a gente quer estar trancado.
Tá. Não, tá, eu sei. Olha, se a prestar atenção aqui, tá vagando.
Já.
teria sim.
Yeah, sorry.
The internet.
Yeah, I think we should ask Marcella.
Yes,
Do you know
yes.
Marcella? Because I
I'm
don't
going
know.
to do it.
Yeah?
Don't worry
Thank
about
you very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Miss, she's here.
Thank you. Deixa eu perguntar para ela. Tem 5.
Tem 5.
A, B, C, D, tudo minúscula, arroba, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah, ei, som. Ah, ei. Oi, ah. Oi, som, teste, 1, 2. 1, 2, ei. Alô, som, ei, ei, alô, som, teste, 1, 2. Ei, som, alô. Alô, ei, som, teste, 1, 2. Oi, som, teste, 1, 2. 1, 2, som. Oi, som, teste. Alô, esse tá um pouquinho agudo, acho. Ah, tá, você aumentou isso. Por falar, né? Tá bom. Oi, som, teste. 1, 2. Alô, ei, som. 1, 2, ei, ei. Tá, oi, som. Alô, beleza? Alô, ei, som. Som. Oi, som, teste, 1, 2. Alô, ei, aí, beleza.
Good morning, everyone. Macro.
what?
How was your sleeping time? Really? Really? But it's just 4 hours difference. You can barely feel it. No, you cannot do that. You have to wait. Tomorrow? Sunday. Oh, so you're staying extra days here. Which Wi-Fi shall we use? This one? In capital letters or? Cool, thank you. Sí, digo, como no tienes data, digo, seguramente no. No, tranquila. Ya tengo, gracias. ¿qué tal?
Bienvenido a
Buenos
nuestra
días.
casa.
Muchas gracias.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo fue ayer?
Bien, intenso pero bien. En la ciudad de San Pablo.
¿Tú eres argentino?
No, yo soy español.
Con el acento no sé qué...
Bueno, pues he pasado los últimos 5 años en Chile. Realidad por España. Acento un poco raro.
Sí, ¿no? Te lo dicen muy a menudo, que no te saben localizar.
Sí, pero aquí tampoco. Los latinoamericanos tampoco. Todos se quedan español. Sí, de verdad.
Y aquí en Brasil tenéis las empresas españolas, ¿no?
Claro,
Por importadoras.
Nuestro principal negocio aquí.
¿Cómo lo habéis arreglado? Porque muchas venían a nosotros, bueno, estaba en caso de que no podían ni repatriar sus beneficios y nos daban soluciones.
Bueno,
por el real.
sí se puede. No es como Argentina, aquí no hay una prohibición de sacar los capitales. Lo que pasa es que está sujeto a un pago de impuestos. En el withholding tax, impuestos de operaciones financieras, se explica. Al final lo que hacen mucho es dejarlo aquí.
O hacen permutas también con otras compañías.
A ver, la forma más inteligente de hacerlo es facturas de servicios que están exentas de impuestos porque son importaciones de servicios. Y la matriz le hace una factura de servicios a la filial y así le cobran, está liberado de impuestos. Eso es lo más
Pues
después de Cantox.
en Strands,
Sí.
si te suena.
Sí, sí.
La empresa de Barcelona, bueno, se fundó en Oregón, es americana en realidad, y empezó en el 2004, la industria de la música, que nada tiene que ver con lo que es hoy en día. Desarrollando, los fundadores son doctores en inteligencia artificial y desarrollaron algoritmos de recomendación en música, luego dieron esas patentes a Apple y de ahí pivotaron a otras industrias, finanzas,
Yo a
deporte.
Strand la conocía por la venta a Apple. Realmente tampoco sabía que habían hecho algo más.
Pues después de eso pivotar, intentaron hacer lo mismo con otras industrias, running, que era una para runners, bueno, levantaron 50 millones.
Fantástico.
No, bueno, era muy parecido a Rantas, era incluso existió antes que no, o sea, a nivel tecnológico hacían cosas que estaban muy avanzadas por la época que era.
Pero que no daba.
Y que, pero bueno, o sea, los dos fundadores eran ingenieros, no eran gente de negocio. Entonces se fulminaron los 50 millones que les entraron en financiación en prácticamente 2 años. Claro, oficinas en Madison Avenue, San Francisco, en Barcelona, una planta entera, la Torre Mafre para 4 personas. En Estocolmo tenían gente en Zaragoza. Era un despropósito y gasta, quemaban una de cash. Y nada, cuando ya quedaba poca pasta, el inversor sacaba la broma. Vamos aquí a ponernos serios. Y el Asencio, que es el presidente y el accionista mayoritario en el grupo Z, consiguió que hicimos un PCM en esa época, cuando Mint empezó aquí en Estados Unidos. PCM es gestión de finanzas personales, Personal Finance Management. Y desarrollaron un B2C que no funcionaba. Digo, bueno, eso que habéis hecho para Estados Unidos, para B2C, que tenéis Mint, que os han pegado 4 bofetadas y os han pasado la mano por la cara, podíais venderlo a un banco y que el banco lo operase. Y desde ahí migramos a un modelo B2B. Hicimos el primer PCM con BBV y de ahí pues empezamos a venderlo como churros en Barclays en UK, en Deutsche Bank, en BMO en Canadá. Y nada, yo entré en 2014-15 y teníamos 3 bancos, ahora tenemos 600. Muchos vienen a través de Fiducia, que es como, bueno, es el Raiffeisen alemán, que tiene más de 800 cajas de ahorro, pero bueno, trabajamos con los top 10 bancos. Y tenemos esa solución de gestión de finanzas personales. Tenemos otra del segmento pymes, que es una plataforma para ayudar a la pyme más cosas que no solo gestionar el cash flow. Y por debajo, que es lo que tiene el ADN de Strands, tenemos un comprehensive engagement, que es como un recomendador. En base a toda la información que tenemos de tanto el retail o de la pyme, tenemos una lista de muchos insights y luego trabajamos con el banco para qué productos tienen soluciones, que puede ser una solución financiera o no, para estos problemas que yo te voy a detectar de tus clientes. Y ahí pues le hacemos directamente product placement en los canales, porque claro, estamos integrados en el canal móvil, el canal online, y el usuario a la que, pues eso, como hacemos forecast de todos los movimientos, de una pyme también tenemos facturas a cobrar, facturas a pagar y tal, somos capaces de hacer un forecast muy fidedigno de la empresa y, por ejemplo, si a 3 semanas la empresa tiene una punta de liquidez, recomendamos el producto determinado para esa compañía, contextualizado y todo 100%.
Okay.
Eso lo estamos petando con ese producto.
Y eso, o sea, las empresas se inscriben.
Desde el banco, el cliente del banco ya tiene disponible eso en la banca en línea. Pero muchos bancos, no, pues la mayoría, de hecho, no tienen canales específicos para pymes o autónomos, microempresas y pymes.
Hello. Bueno, muy bien, vamos a dar inicio a nuestra sesión de trabajo. Quiero en primer lugar darles una muy especial bienvenida a este taller de innovación. Para todos es claro que como nunca antes
las nuevas tecnologías de la comunicación y la información, los nuevos esquemas de trabajo, los ecosistemas están revolucionando muchas industrias y por supuesto que esto no es una excepción para nuestra industria en particular. No obstante, y es algo que en cada ocasión que tengo oportunidad lo reitero, lo más interesante, y así va a ocurrir en este taller, no son los medios, sino cómo los medios contribuyen al propósito real, al fin. Y no hay duda que para la banca minorista, para las cajas de ahorro, el hecho de que a lo largo de nuestra historia hayamos conservado nuestra esencia, que es esa misión social, pues es un elemento absolutamente vital. Enhorabuena, esas tendencias que he mencionado muy rápidamente nos permiten conocer mejor a nuestros clientes, nos permiten entregar soluciones más pertinentes, servirlos a través de canales más cercanos y consistentes y aprovechar de manera colaborativa los servicios de la creciente industria de las fintech. En el futuro aspiramos a atender, a anticipar sus necesidades, a estar presentes en el momento y forma que el cliente lo requiera y muchas cosas más. Definitivamente somos unos privilegiados, pues estamos siendo protagonistas de una transformación muy interesante que nos permitirá sin duda alguna servir cada vez mejor a nuestros clientes. Los invito a aprovechar este taller de la mejor manera, escuchando, compartiendo experiencias, aprendiendo de la experiencia de los demás en este fascinante momento que muchos han calificado como la cuarta revolución industrial. Tenemos el placer de tener representantes de diversos países y por supuesto de personas de este bello país que es Brasil y sin duda alguna un hub muy importante de innovación bancaria en la región, por no decir el más importante. Muchas gracias a CaixaBank, a su oficina de representación en Sao Paulo, por el inmejorable apoyo otorgado al equipo organizador de este evento. Le entrego la palabra a Aimé, entonces dándoles nuevamente la bienvenida para que demos inicio formal a nuestra actividad. Gracias, Aimé.
Muchas gracias, Diego. Bueno, buenos días. Diego es presidente de Banco Caja Social Colombia y es nuestro chairman de la región. Tal vez ahora voy a pasar a inglés, que es el idioma en el cual vamos a estar llevando el taller en el día de hoy. Tal vez para maybe to present a bit how we are here in Brazil and why. This is the first WSBI Innovation Workshop in the region of Latin America, and it is an event that has traveled to different places, mainly in Europe and in Asia Pacific. And we decided to do the first of this type of events that were very successful in other regions in Latin America. And of course, why Brazil? Because Brazil is a highly active financial sector and also is the largest fintech hub in the region. The events that we have done in other places such as Brussels, Hong Kong, Istanbul, China, Bangkok, and there will be a next event happening already in Prague that is foreseen for some time in April, May. This type of smaller scale events that we do for our membership have the intention of enabling like better discussions, in-depth discussions on how to transform and innovate in retail banking. We bring together savings and retail banks, our membership, also with innovators, startups, and in some cases as well with local authorities relevant to the topics that we discuss. What else I can say? So the focus of our event here in Brazil today is going to be customer engagement, data, and partnerships, how to get the most out of the new technologies. The idea is that we take the best new technologies, set up useful collaborations, and deeper the customer's relationship while building customer engagement and centricity. There will be today a mix of presentations and roundtables. We will start the day after I finish talking now. I will pass the word to my colleague that has recorded a presentation for us. I will present her in a little moment on what to expect from the day in terms of content. But in terms of logistics, maybe I can already tell you that the event, well, as I said already, will happen mostly in English. So if you would like to look for your headsets outside in the registration desk, this is the moment perhaps to do it. So tal vez a las personas que quieren buscar su headset para la traducción, este es el momento para hacerlo, para que puedan entonces disfrutar de todo el día, porque algunas personas estarán presentando también en portugués. So some people will be also presenting in Portuguese today. Before continuing, maybe it's good also to tell you that we have a dedicated hashtag for the event. It is Innovation WSBI, and you can tag our account WSBI Innovation. Also, a good news is that if you want to share the event with your colleagues back in your institutions, we are live streaming the event here. So then the live stream is available on our Twitter account at WSBI Innovation. So you could share that as well with your colleagues. That's it. So maybe I will already give the word to my colleague Natalie, that the video recording will be available in a second. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Dear participants, dear Aimee, thank you for logging me in, and I'm very glad I can join you digitally, even if I can't join you today physically in Brazil. So Aimee asked me to give a little bit of an insight into all the other innovation workshops that have been happening in the last couple of months. So we went to Bangkok, Hong Kong, Istanbul. We had several innovation workshops in Brussels. And all the participants had various insights and shared with us what are the trends in the various regions, what are some of the macro topics that we should look into when talking about digital and innovation and disruption. So I would like to share some thoughts with you today and set a little bit the scene so that you in your Brazil workshop can work well throughout the day. So for today's WSBI Innovation Workshop in Sao Paulo, where you will be looking into customer engagement, data and partnerships, how to get the most out of new technologies, we wanted to show you some other international trends and what other innovation workshops have discussed globally. As you all know, we have a global network of 110 members in 80 countries, as I may have probably already told you. And since we want to look into two big areas, one is knowledge sharing to help our advocacy and policy making. We have discussed this topic already in various workshops. So what has been discussed so far? Banking disruption. a big threatening or challenging topic, as a lot of industry stakeholders see it. But why exactly is this disruption so challenging? What is happening in the market? If we go to the next slide, you will see I give you some newspaper articles and some magazine snippets of some latest news. Those are more from the US and Europe, because you in Latin America are supposed to discuss regarding your experiences. But what you will see here is that, for instance, some stakeholders like Startup Think is looking into data access. How can they access data of banks? How can they work more closely with the API platforms to create customer accounts data services? Then you have trends such as the big tech, what we call the GAFAs, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Apple. They are moving into a lot of finance-related areas. You will see here an article about Amazon, and it's in an e-lending platform. Amazon is going into loans. Facebook has received a payment license in Europe. What are the next steps? Another trend that we see a lot is partnerships. For instance, you see here PayPal and eBay finalized a new agreement that was in news from last year. So basically a lot of different players are starting partnerships to grow their business and step into various forms of financial services. And it is not only payments or the loan area or the account area that stakeholders are tackling. It's also other issues. You will see here, for instance, TransferWise. It's about money transfer and remittances. But you will also see here an example for wealth management. And the next big thing is SME, corporate banking, but also insurance. How will other stakeholders then, the typical ones, the banks and financial institutions, how will they impact the financial services? Some say, is there an unbundling of banking, meaning are different services that normally banks would offer, are they now being tackled by various other stakeholders, by fintech startups, by the big tech? So I first want to touch segments, but what about technologies? So I've chosen a few of them: cloud, AI, big tech, big data, IoT. And the question is, why did I now say big tech? Because are financial institutions looking into these technologies and developing them further? Or what about some of these big tech companies? Because we see that, for instance, Amazon from the US and Alibaba from China are tackling all these technology areas. So the question is, who will be the winners and the losers? Will the banks, financial institutions, be quick enough to develop the capacities in these target technologies that are so important to drive the business further? A lot of people ask themselves, what about these neobanks, what they call challenger banks? In Europe, we have, for instance, Number 26. It's a German fintech startup, a challenger bank. But that will actually be coming to Brazil. If you've heard the latest news, they will be opening their next hub after the US in Brazil. And also you in Brazil have Nubank, for instance. What makes these challenger banks so interesting for new customer segments? Well, they have a digital-first approach. And by being digital-first, so mobile-first, they oftentimes can be faster, or they can offer a more seamless service or a more digital experience. A lot of institutions are saying, well, you will see this in the pie chart, they only target a very specific area, more the millennials, the Generation Z, the very young customers. But those customers will be your main customers at some point. So the question is, what can we learn from these challenger banks, or how can we tackle maybe some of these areas better as financial institutions as well? So the challenger banks often promise, I'm not saying they always do it, but they promise a more transparent service, showcasing lower costs, for instance, or showcasing more integrated offers. They have a very different branding. They try to stand out with their branding, to be more modern, to even be not your typical bank, to be more inclusive, and to give the customer the feeling that they're part of a community. So you as a customer are part of a community of new digital banking. And they start to innovate from a very small niche. So they don't say, well, we innovate and digitalize the whole financial services. They start with one offer, which they do very well, and then slowly they build on top of that. They have the advantage of no legacy, so they can rethink offers more quickly, and that's why oftentimes they are faster in new innovative ideas. I just give some examples: account opening, or they can have lower charges for lending or for credit. They tackle account aggregation and money tracking better. I give you one example on Revolut. Some of you will probably know this challenger bank. It provides its own customers with a Revolut card, which supports card payments and ATM withdrawals in over 140 countries. So you as a customer don't only have one country. You can actually, when you travel, access your finances in various countries at a lower rate. So they have managed to rethink this offer. And then there are those other players which I have just mentioned to you, the big tech companies. So the GAFA, but also the Chinese companies, Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. And with participants from the other workshops, we looked into what do these big tech companies actually do quite well. Well, they create lifestyle seamless services. So they look at the customer at its various life cycle points, and then for each of these points, they create services. And they usually have one main service, for instance, Amazon e-commerce, but they manage to not only sell this one product, but they interconnect their merchants and the customer, and then they integrate other industries, and they manage to support this main product with then following services, for instance, financial services. But their main profit comes from this main product, so they maybe can offer services at a lower cost because they don't have to worry about the heavy difficulties in financial services sometimes, because their main product, such as e-commerce, works very, very well. To make this a little bit more clearer, it's always interesting to look at it from a strategic perspective, but what do they really do? How is platformization on the rise? For instance, I give you the example of Alipay now. It calls itself the lifestyle super app. So Alipay has not only gone into financial services. You will see it here on the slide. So it's not only about loan, credit, insurance, finance, accounts, but they actually connect you as a customer with merchants. So all kinds of restaurants, entertainment, shopping, travel, and they have added live services. So you can top up your mobile, energy, utilities, trying to find out information about your city, buying tickets for movies. And they create this whole social aspect. So they connect you with your friends. You can chat with them. And for it, there's a sustainability project where whenever you save, you can save something sustainably as well. So they build this whole platform for all your services that you need. And at the other side, they have all these cross-industry activities. So Alipay is only one part. It's only finance. But you have this whole digital media, cloud, e-commerce, AliExpress, for instance, messaging and communication, navigation. So they have built this whole ecosystem where they give the customer what he or she needs in every part of his journey. So this sounds maybe all challenging now. So should banks and financial institutions, the whole ecosystem, should they be petrified about these new stakeholders? Well, there is certainly time to act. And it's not maybe as black as it seems, because financial institutions have a lot of strength that they can build upon. So they have the trust, they have the current customer base, they have the knowledge of the banking system and the legislation, which is very important for financial services. So they should build on the strength and then create engaging, seamless, and personalized experiences, possibly learning from some of these big tech platforms and leveraging the power of platforms and collaboration. So we heard at the beginning unbundling of banking. What I would rather say is rebundling of banking. So you take the different subtopics of financial services and you try to build an engaging, personalized experience. So why did I say collaboration and platforms? This is how it comes into place. This is what a lot of companies do. It's not only about financial services. They start with duplicating new innovations, they invest in it and expand in-house capabilities, but at some point they realize Well, cooperating with external parties is actually the way to go, because one company cannot do everything on its own, and cooperation becomes a vital ingredient. This was actually a quote from one of the participants in the Brussels workshop that we had last year. There's a lot of various forms of collaboration. One that I call solution provider collaboration, you will see up here on the screen now. It's something that most people think of when they think of fintech collaboration. So a bank collaborating with a fintech startup or a solution provider, so that they can take advantage of the complementarities, and the startup can be kind of an extended R&D lab. But I want you to think a little bit broader, and we will also use it for the roundtable discussions later on. There's one aspect of collaboration, but there's also other aspects. So you have the cross-industry partnership, where you have finance looking into other industries. I've showed it to you, for instance, on the Alipay Alibaba example. How could finance be integrated more with energy, with travel, with other areas to build a stronger service for the customer? The next one, co-opetition. A bit of a strange wording, but what it means is not collaboration, not competition, but co-opetition. So what if banks work with these friend enemies? So with Google, Samsung, PayPal. I'll give you some examples. For instance, Bank of America, I know a US example, Bank of America and Amazon have worked together to create Amazon Lending. That's only how it became possible. Or also banks work with Facebook to create bots for Messenger. Just one example. You have Alipay, Google Pay, Apple Pay, they're being in discussion. And the adoption of a service when a bank works with one of these big tech companies is usually quite high, but the setup is very difficult. And the last example that I wanted to give you is something for you to think about in one of your roundtables later this day, is bank-bank collaboration, or what I call intra-industry. So how could banks collaborate together in areas that are not competitive to create better services? For instance, in the Nordics, in the Nordics of Europe, so in Scandinavia, they have worked together to create e-identity solutions. What about remittances? Can banks work together, or to look into new technologies such as blockchain or artificial intelligence? There has recently been an AI alliance, which was created by Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Why are banks not working together on an AI alliance, for instance? So how could banks collaborate together? So those are kind of the four different areas that we see as collaboration. And APIs, what I will explain in 1 second, open banking can help in this because it increases integration capabilities and sharing integration of data. So now open banking and platformization. Aimee has asked me to look into this with you a little bit more because we don't have a specific speaker for this topic, but it can help you to understand the trends which are happening internationally and maybe tackle some of the topics that you will be discussing today a bit better. So how has this open banking topic been dealt with around the world? Well, in Europe, you probably have heard of it, we have PSD2 and GDPR. GDPR is more on data, and PSD2 is more on data access, payment data access. And in the UK, there's the open banking standard. So what basically happened is that the regulator has driven open banking in Europe from a regulatory perspective. And then now banks have to comply with this regulation to basically set up APIs to open access to very specific data points. And they are now thinking about it slowly from an industry perspective of what they can further do with these APIs. But in Asia, oftentimes it's the other way around. It's more from an industry. So the Monetary Authority of Singapore encourages sharing APIs, but they don't have a regulation in place which would trigger this. And in Africa, it's a lot of times telecom companies which act as a vehicle for open API, and there's a big focus on unbanked regions. When we go to Australia, there is actually now a regulation. So by July 19th, 4 of the biggest banks have to launch open APIs. In Latin America, which is why I think it will be interesting to discuss this with you later on, has been a big push by Mexico, which introduced an open banking regime with their 2018 FinTech law, which mandates the creation of an open API standard. So there, from a regulatory perspective, it's more about, can we create some kind of standard to push this topic in the region? And in the US, it's again more industry-led, so there is no regulatory imperative, but the regulators expect slowly open banking and APIs to develop. There's a lot of different definitions of open banking. So how do you go from a closed system to an open system, which is nowadays powered by API? So let me give you some of those book definitions. So an application programming interface, an API, is an architecture that makes it easy for one application to consume data or capabilities from another application. Another definition could be an API is a contract that allows different programs to talk to one another. And it becomes more clear because it is defining what information should be supplied, what action should be taken, how it is executed. So that's kind of the book description of an API. But the question that we are asking ourselves, what role should open banking or APIs play? Is it a disruption? So, for instance, in Europe, when regulators have asked for open banking, a lot of industry stakeholders have seen it as a disruption. My goodness, we now have to comply with this regulation called PSD2. But possibly it can also be seen from a more positive angle as a solution to the disruption. So all these stakeholders that I told you about earlier, all those big tech companies, fintech startups, open banking can rebundle services. So this is now a definition which was created by some of the participants in one of our previous workshops. They said that sharing and cross-use of bank products, service functions, and data with third parties could bring additional value and create new business opportunities. I'll be very interested if any of you, if the participants have a view of open banking and of APIs. What I wanted to show you here is a lot of times banks, financial institutions, the fintech stakeholders are looking at it really from a finance perspective. But APIs are nothing new. They have been available in a lot of other industries. So let us just look into some of these examples, and you can later on, of course, always read up on these examples because they're very interesting. So, for instance, the travel industry, they use APIs to share data and to retrieve data, for instance, a Skyscanner, or to incorporate other offers into their service. Media, music, entertainment, for instance. I give you the example of Empty. You see it here on the top right side. They aggregate various data sources to help their customers better analyze. So aggregation of data sources. So they basically categorize social media posts into one platform, and they do it via APIs. And in this platform can then aggregate and analyze better all these data points, so you get a better understanding for your company of what is out there in social media posts, what are the customers, what are different trends saying. So aggregation. Then retail is embedding their own services in other platforms using APIs, and they see APIs oftentimes as a higher level of security because it sets a standard how to protect the customer and how to protect data, because it is a very concrete set of instructions. And insurance, for instance, Root Insurance, it has created a platform API. So it enables developers to test, to prototype, and then launch digital insurance products. So using APIs to trigger developers to develop new products and services. So in the end, APIs can have 3 different aspects to it. It can be public. So API is used for external partners and developers who then build products for the company. But it can also be a partner API, so it is more stringent. Maybe you can develop more data points because it is a partner, such as supplier, provider, resellers, and with a tighter partner integration. Or you can use APIs internally by your developers within your enterprise to be quicker, to have a cost reduction, to be more efficient, and to enhance security. So I asked you the question before, is open banking a disruption or maybe a solution to disruption? So if we look at it more positively, open banking can strengthen your own capabilities and extend your business model because you can create stronger partnerships and integrate them better. And by doing that, you can deepen your customer relationship, you can access new customers or new services, and you can access also new revenue streams. It kind of relates also to platforms. So what can we learn from these big platforms? The example that I gave you before, Alipay, Alibaba, for instance. In the gray area, you basically have their own business, the core platform. Then they have an integration layer. One example can be an API, and they extend into the ecosystem of health, of travel, of energy, of other third-party services. So what they do very well is, it's kind of a summary that I'm giving you here of the examples that I gave you before. They create a seamless service, more capability around data. They have a very tailored customer service, and they want to become part of the life of the customer and not just part of the wallet. So they integrate the whole ecosystem and to see where the customer is in the journey and move from banking to living. So not only financial services, but how can you as a platform help the customer in its various aspects? And you will discuss this in one of the round tables as well. So here, if challenger banks use the platform approach, so not doing everything on your own, but integrating other offers. You see here Revolut, you see number 26 that will come to Brazil, Starling Bank, also a UK example. They integrate all kinds of other offers into their platform because they see the customer wants more. And why should the platform, number 26 for instance, why should this challenger bank develop everything on their own if maybe others are doing it quite well already? So question mark whether we should learn from this and how can we integrate it into financial services as well. Because in the end, it's not where your customer is now, but it's where your customer will be. So how can financial institutions, and I'm talking now to you, the participants, where we also have some fintech startups, some consultants, how can we as the ecosystem work on a more personalized bank with a secure service, but also a service that is tailored to the customer and broader and closer to the lifestyle and the life needs that they have. So what's ahead? What will you be discussing here? Just a little bit of a wrap up. So it's all about discussing, exchanging, and learning today. So we will hear about the innovation journey and strategy of some financial institutions. We will hear about the example of collaboration and partnerships. How do we make them happen? The third area is customer centricity and engagement. I gave you some ideas in this presentation, but there's a lot of other thoughts that can be discussed. We will also touch upon fostering innovation a little bit, policy and regulatory needs. Can policy frameworks support innovation in financial services? And then finally, we'll have a deep dive into digital onboarding and authentication. So I hope this gave you a little bit of an overview of the trends of what has been discussed in previous workshops, also the open banking topic to give you a little bit of an overview of discussions internationally, and finally what you will be discussing today. And I hope you will have a very good workshop talking about the customer at the core and how we can get to this. So if there's any more questions later on, you can also link to me via email, and I wish you all a very good workshop.
thank you to Natalie for the very interesting presentation on what we will be looking at throughout the day today. To tell you a bit about Natalie, she has built up WSBI SBG Innovation and Digitization Hub to foster strategy exchange, best practices sharing, and policy discussions around digital in finance. We will now move to our first presentation from the day. We will have Rafael Rodriguez from, next slide please, yes. Yes, thank you. So yes, we will have Rafael Rodriguez that is already ready for us for the presentation. And he will be presenting how Banco Inter is leveraging open innovation and data to improve customer experience. He will talk about Banco Inter in a glance. It's a bank that has been around since 1994, so we will have a lot to hear from them on that. He will be also be providing a regulatory snapshot of the local scene and how regulators approach innovation in terms of policymaking and rules. Then he will be talking about also the open banking programs of the bank. And finally, a wrap-up of their customer journey. So without further ado, I give the floor to Rafael. So thank you for being with us. If you would like to say a few words to introduce yourself so other colleagues can also know a bit your background and your experience. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here today replacing our CFO and Director of Investment Relations, Mr. Alexandre Bricio. He couldn't make it today, so I'll make this presentation. Hopefully, you can understand all aspects of my presentation. I have to be honest, it's been quite a while that I don't make presentations in English, so I'll try to do my best. A little bit of my background. I joined the company just last July. I spent the last 12 years here in São Paulo as a fund manager. My background is finance and investments. I was in a company called Rio Bravo. And last July, I joined the company as the head of investments. So all my daily business is everything related to investments and to build a new open platform of investments to our clients. Here today, I'll talk about the agenda here is about the bank, a little bit of the history of the bank, Inter, and then the regulatory framework of the central bank, and then a little bit about innovation, and then what's ahead for Banco Inter. The bank was founded in the 90s by a well-known family called Menin, the Menin family. They are based in Belo Horizonte, in the state of Minas Gerais. And they also control two other companies, well-known companies in Brazil. The biggest one is MRV. MRV is the largest real estate developer, I guess, of the Latin America. It's not only Brazil. So the bank at that time was founded inside MRV. MRV went public in 2006 or 7. This Financeira, at that time the name was Intermedium, was a spin off MRV, and then started doing business with the clients, mainly giving credit to low-income clients. In 2007, they started the home equity and mortgage business. In 2008, we had our first investment account. In 2012, we launched our internet banking. 2014, we started doing business with our first version of an app. And in 2015, began what we call our banking revolution inside Banco Intermedium at that time yet. We decided to go totally digital because we needed to solve two problems that we had at that time. First, the cost of funding in Brazil. As you all may know, cost of funding here in Brazil is very high, especially for small banks. And the other problem that we had to solve is that we had only just one kind of business, which is credit, a spread business, giving credit for our clients. We needed to monetize or have different business, especially fee business in insurance, investments, other kind of business. In 2016 and 17, we began this revolution. Things start to evolve very fast with our digital platform. We had a very successful growth in the last 3 years. Last year, 2018, it was a very special moment for us because we went public. We are listed in the Brazilian Stock Exchange. It was a very successful IPO. Just to give you an idea, the price of the shares went public at around 18 reais per share. Yesterday, we were traded almost at 48 or 49 reais per share. So in less than 1 year, it was a very skyrocket performance. Last year, also, we went to the cloud. We are the first bank in Latin America to use the Amazon Web Services to operate. We are totally using this framework, this partnership with Amazon Web Services. And we have this special mark here because we have a business model that is totally free for our clients. And we have this tarifometro, which means that how much our clients saved in fees operating with Banco Inter. The figure here is almost 700 million reais in savings for our clients. Just to give you an idea, what's Banco Inter? We are kind of an intersection between a traditional bank, with all the security, all the strength of a traditional bank with a well-known family behind that, and a fintech. Because we have now all this mindset of agile, we move very fast, launching new products and new experience to our clients. So we define ourselves as a mix between a fintech and a traditional bank. Our value proposition here, we are totally digital. We don't have branches to acquire new clients. We are totally digital. We are totally free. There's no charge or there's no fees to keep the money inside the bank, to transact with us, to have this credit card. So this is part of a business model. We are totally free, and also we are full service. We have credit, we have insurance, we have investments, we have foreign exchange, all the products that a regular client needs to operate with a bank. Why we do that? Because we want a more just, I would say, more fair and more innovative banking system in Brazil. We want to share with our clients this efficiency to be digital and free with our clients. How we do that? Mainly, basically, being 100% digital platform. And we are basically a complete financial platform for our clients. That's our mandala here. with the different business. So we have, as I mentioned before, foreign exchange, consortium, credit card, the traditional mortgage business. We have payroll loans, corporate credit for small and medium companies in Brazil, insurance, and also investments. That's our segments. I can see. I'm sorry. I can see.
Just to tell you, there's about like 7 minutes left.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is our business model, the lifetime value of a typical client inside Banco Inter. We invest to bring the clients to our platform with this so-called startups and venture capital business, the CAC, the cost to bring clients to the platform. And then we start to operate with them. Typically, they start to using the credit or debit card. They start to make investments with us, and we have the costs to serve these clients. And here we have the long-term business related with credit, the real estate, basically, home equity and mortgages, the payroll loans, and the small and medium enterprise credit. So basically, this is our business model. We invest to bring the clients to the platform. We have costs to serve these clients. They start to operate consuming services and products inside the company. And we have the long-term business related to credit. This is our business model. With this digitalization, we reached our objectives. In 2017, we had more or less 350,000 clients. Last year, we reached almost 1.5 million clients. And by the end of this year, 2019, probably we will have something around 3 or 3.5 million clients. We invest, I would say, relatively small amounts in marketing because of our high net promoting score. Clients keep calling more clients to our open platform. There's this cycle of virtues here. The cost of funding, one of the problems that we had. Today we have this cost of fund around 82% of the CDI, which is the local benchmark for interest rates. And we also have other business. The fee income related to the total income is close to 20% as the end of 2018. So, yeah, I guess it's the main objective of this slide. Talk about the banking, central bank regulatory framework. I guess this slide summarizes what we need to say here. Because of the last resolutions of the central bank, which is trying to improve competition in Brazil, we were able to put this platform digital in place. With the resolution 4480 of 2016, we were able to have a totally digital open account onboarding for our clients. It's a total digital onboarding. There's no paperwork in this onboarding for the digital account. And also for in 2018, we have the same resolution for business. So this Conta Digital Pro is for not individuals, but for small companies. With this resolution of 2018 as well, we have this portability of wages. A lot of clients are moving from the traditional banks in Brazil and have their salaries inside Banco Inter because of this resolution. With this next one, we were able to go to the cloud with the Amazon Web Services. And also with this resolution here, we are able to increase our profitability of the company because we don't need to to send all the money from our clients to the central bank because of these monetary policies, etc. So we can benefit from the floating of the deposits. So the agenda here of the BC+, Brazilian Central Bank, is to increase competition by the end of the day. Our approach to open innovation. We have several partnerships with different solution providers. I mentioned Amazon Web Services, but also other service providers of technology. Our core bank, it's a company called Outbank. We operate in this with the microservices, which is very important for us to keep our app almost up to date every day. We are very scalable today. With this framework, we could reach almost 10 million clients without too much investments in CapEx to put in place new data centers, etc. So it's a very flexible and scalable framework. Here for not the core banking, but for different business lines, we have also different partnerships with different companies, international companies, well-known international companies, and local companies to support our ecosystem. To monetize our business of free of charge and free of for our clients, we use state-of-the-art data science tools and teams, plus the excellence of our CRM. We are using right now the Salesforce tool to increase our CRM with our clients, and that's the way, being totally digital, we can increase. We can increase the monetization of our open platform. And looking ahead, we still see if a financial system in Brazil still very concentrated in the hands of a few of banks. I would say 5 banks, 3 private and 2 state-owned companies. We still see the average interest rate for the Brazilians very high. We want to try to give more competition and reduce these interest rates to the Brazilian clients. The returns on over invested capital or equity in Brazil is still high, so there's further space to more competition here. The reasons for this bancarization in Brazil, because we are in a very large country, branches are still far away from the clients. With the digital bank, the clients can have access to the bank from the couch of his home. Services are still too expensive compared to other countries like China and Europe. And here, a bit of expenditure banking fees still high in Brazil compared to the US. So there's more room to competition here in Brazil. Here a bit about the banking concentration that I mentioned before. In 2010, we had 0 penetration of digital banks in Brazil. Right now, we are seeing more or less 4 to 5% of penetration of digital banks. And in 5 years, who knows what's going to be this number. So the idea here is that we believe there is still a market for new companies in disruption. That's our story of Banco Inter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael, very much. We will pass now directly to Flavio Pereira from Nuveo, that will be making our second presentation. And after this, we will do a round of questions for both presentations from Rafael from Banco Inter
and also Flavio.
Thank you.
So Flavio comes from Nuveo, Digital Transformation Specialists, and he will be presenting from disruption to collaboration, fostering collaboration between banks and fintech startups to remain customer-centric for banks. Huh? Please, Flavio, if you can please introduce yourself a bit,
Okay.
so the rest of the participants can know a bit your background as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
for being
thank you,
with us
Aime,
today.
and good morning, everybody. My name is Flavio, and I'm the founder and managing director of Nuveo. It's a relatively new company. We have been around for 3 years, and since beginning. Thank you. Okay, it's better. Thank you. And my background, I'm a former executive from multinationals. I lived abroad for like 5 years, studied abroad, and Nuveo got specialized to work with digital onboarding and electronic analysis of documents. That's it. So we are working heavily with Bradesco, Itaú, and Santander in Brazil, Royal Bank of Canada in Canada, and Banco Central de Peru in Peru. Everything that I'm talking here, it's like from a personal experience and practical one. So everything that I'm saying, please take with a grain of salt because it's personal. So anyway, what is innovation from a startup perspective, working with these huge clients? It's the ability to do the same job differently, giving to these huge infrastructures higher efficiency, more productivity, and those kind of earnings. And how do we apply innovation with these blue chip companies, you know? It's easy, right? So you define KPIs, goals, deliveries, and you can execute your idea. This couldn't be more wrong, you know? And that's funny because I did this joke because I actually gathered some news from the market of projects that went wrong inside huge companies. So you have a hospital in the United States that hired Watson from IBM trying to analyze exams from patients. They invested like $70 million and got everything wrong, you know. So you have Elon Musk. They weren't able to deliver the Model 3, you know, in time because they tried to assemble almost everything automatically with automation. So you have a lot of examples of bad projects of these huge companies trying to apply innovation inside them. And nowadays, Nuveo is one of the only companies that are working with these huge banks here and abroad because we cracked the problem that these traditional banks has. Not the Banco Inter because they have this new way to approach the problem. They have APIs, they are all on the cloud. But when you work with traditional companies that does not work on cloud, you know, you have a problem. Because every startup around the world, they work with APIs and on the cloud, with AWS and then Microsoft and Google. So how do you resolve this problem, you know? So with Bradesco, and that's the case that I'm bringing to you today, it took us 1.5 years to be able to apply innovation inside the bank. So why we had this time span, this huge time span to apply innovation inside Bradesco. And Itaú, actually, we are working closely with Itaú since the beginning of the last year. And we have the same problem. You know, it's hard for a traditional company to create innovation with startups. In the Bradesco case, we have like 5 initiatives inside them. all in their core. All of their auto loan back offices were automated by Nuveo. So we actually gathered the information from the contracts, go into the government database, and do this analysis to find, to try to find fraud. So it took us 6 months to validate our security inside the bank and do the POC, the proof of concept. We have this problem also in Canada. We are working with RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, since the last January 18th, actually. And they have the same problem, you know. And it's Canada, you know, you're not supposed to have problems in Canada. So these traditional banks, they have a lot of difficulty to apply innovation. So Bradesco has this innovation program, which is called InovaBra. We participated in this program. Until now, 2,500 startups passed through this innovation program. Only Nuveo were able to sell to the bank. So this is, you know, it's information that, because we are working with their legacy systems. That's the problem, that every startup has to be, they need to resolve this problem, the legacy systems, you know. So we have this state-of-the-art AIs. We are actually, we have these AIs that can mimic human being working and doing analysis. But we have to integrate with their legacy. That's the problem, you know, their legacy systems. So Banco Inter does not have this problem because they were born digitally. But every other kind of banks and institutions and even telecoms, we are working with Telefónica and Claro and TIM. They all have the same problem, their legacy systems. So if you do not resolve the integration between the legacy systems, which is antiquated and you know, old, against the these new techniques to work with APIs and web services, you will not be able to apply innovation in your company. That's the biggest problem, you know, because you have a lot of companies that has a lot of, you know, solutions, beautiful solutions, but they cannot integrate with their legacy. And then one thing that we noticed at Bradesco is that everybody needs to buy innovation from the ground up. You know, the operations, the middle managers, the directors, and the C-levels. We only got things right because we got this great relationship with operations mostly, because they are the guys that do the job, you know. They are executing your everyday job. So if you do not cope with operations, you are dead, you are done. So we had created this contract analysis inside Bradesco because their operations gave us a lot of useful informations to be able to integrate with their legacy and to be able to give to these systems ways of doing the same job. That's it, you know. And which skills I think that these startups need to have, you know. It's like 40%, sorry. It's almost political and technical. So you have to have resilience and likability, but this is kind of bullshit. I'm sorry the word, but anyway, it's politics, relationship, and technical. Again, we only in the midst of almost 3,000 companies, we were the only one that were able to do the job inside Bradesco because we had political leverage. So I am a friend of the new CEO, I'm a friend of the VP, and we were able to, you know, navigate in the bottom and in the upper parts of the company. So we noticed that, and this is a problem for startups because You know, they do not have almost at any time, they do not have this political leverage. So, you know, you need to get everyone in your company involved with. So this is an example. For us to be able to apply this project inside Bradesco, and we have a lot of more projects right now. We are automating their lawsuit team, the juridical team, the law team, and we are doing a lot of other jobs because everyone is involved, from the president up to the trainee, and passing to VP of marketing, CFO, CIO, CTO. You need to get these guys on the table. If you don't, you will not be able to, apply innovation, because innovation, it's a cross-company politics. Everyone needs to be involved. Another thing that we noticed is that we started with the problematics. So the bank came to us and said, look, I have a problem to analyze auto loan contracts. We have 700 people to be able to analyze these contracts, and I need to, get rid of this huge team because it doesn't make any sense. And then we started to understand the problematics, build a solution, plan and build, and then we kept coming back and forth between these teams, between problematics and plan, and then you build, and then you test, and then you go back to the planning, and you actually, until now, we processed more than 1 million contracts in 3 months, and then we are processing like 10,000 contracts per day nowadays. It's a huge project. We were only able to do that because we kept it going back and forth in this teams. We need to evaluate, we need to drive. It's a daily basis evolution of this project. And that's it. So that was quickly, right?
Yes, thank you very much for keeping time, Flavio. That was really fantastic. Maybe both you and Rafael can answer some questions now. I don't know if there's some questions from the floor already for Flavio and his introduction. Otherwise, I can already ask you some questions.
Okay.
And then that way others can follow and let us know what they think. We want to know, you've been talking about the challenges coming from, let's say, from the non-banking institution to implement innovation, and how you need the buy-ins from everybody, not only C-level directors, management, but also ops, and also how you battle with the legacy system. But perhaps it's interesting to understand whether the industry here in the Brazilian ecosystem, for example, and also the experience that you have in Canada, what is the level of understanding that they have of APIs and how it could help their bank and their business models? So maybe you can perhaps abund a bit more on that end.
Okay, so from our perspective, they are starting to understand now, the huge gains that they will have in their business models and with new revenues coming from these innovation programs. But actually, I think that the marketing from startups and these huge technological companies, they are giving the wrong signals, because we have a lot of customers calling us daily basis, asking us to do impossible things. It's like I don't know. It's the difference between theoretical teams and practical teams. The technology is not there yet to do some things, you know. It's like we are working with the next bank. It's the digital bank of Bradesco, you know. And it's difficult because they are digital, but they have legacy systems. So you cannot cope with the challenges, you know. So they want to do new things, but their infrastructure does not cope with that yet. So when these huge companies called like Watson and Microsoft and Google and Amazon AI, AWS, they need to restructure all their legacy systems to be able to work with those guys. I don't know if you guys know this information, but Bradesco was the first bank in South America to work with IBM Watson. It took Watson 5 years to be able to start to do inside their app that the NLP, the branch of automation. So it's like 5 years. It's a huge time for you to apply innovation inside your company. So.
Yes. Very interesting. Yes, please, go ahead. Perhaps present yourself before so other colleagues can learn more from where you're coming from and your experience. Thank you very much, Marilyn.
Thank you. Hi, Flavio.
Hi.
I'm one of the responsible for business development of Mambo in the Americas country. We are a cloud-based and API-built core banking engine. Wow. And one of our customers is actually N26, and that's because we are getting now ready to arrive in the Americas continent. And I just want to add something about what you said. Actually, we noticed like 1 year ago that traditional banks weren't ready for that. It's not a digital transformation because you can just change your legacy system for a new core banking, right? So what we have been talking to lots of traditional banks in Americas now. National Bank of Canada, it's one of our customers right now, Santander too. And what we've been seeing is that they are just developing speedboat projects and not changing their legacy. Yeah. Speedboat projects like Next, for example, it's a speedboat project, right? With a niche product to niche customers as to gain time to market and to develop new products. So the mindset of not being digital and the fear that banks have, traditional banks have to go in the cloud, I think this is changing a lot from 2 years to now. It's very different. I mean, we were born in Europe, so there you have open banking, yeah, regulation, PSD2, it's really strong right there. But I think this type of change is coming to Brazil right now. So, yeah.
Yes, it is. But it's extremely difficult for these huge, yeah, banks. You know, it's like Bradesco, yeah, Itaú. It will take them like 5-10 years to be able to start to work with cloud. So they will lose a lot of timing, commercial timing to the market.
Yeah,
so,
that's one of my questions actually for you. What's your perception, not in terms of Brazil only, but also in Latin or North America, about all traditional banks? Because you told us that you were working with Royal Bank of Canada as well, right?
Yeah.
So what's the changing of mindset you've been seeing in this type of traditional banks mainly? Because we have the fintechs and other newcomers as New Bank, for example, they're just driven to that.
Yeah. So I gave you an example of Next Bank from Bradesco. Mm-hmm. It's digital, but they use all the legacy systems, so it's impossible for you to do some things, you know. So we have documentoscopy technology. So we can do analysis in documents to find frauds. If the guy, I don't know, changed the photograph or changed some information, we can do that. but you cannot integrate with their legacy. It's impossible. So we have the solution, but it's impossible for us to integrate with them. Actually, we are almost getting there, but all the companies in Brazil are trying to go to the cloud, you know. But we have laws, we have a new law, as the guy from Banco Inter told, you know. Last year, Bacen gave us the permission to work within the cloud, but nobody is working with. Our technology inside Bradesco, it is inside Bradesco, so we are on premises, okay? But 10% of my technology is outside Bradesco, because I work with AI, so we need to train constantly our algorithms to be able to cope with the changes in the rules. Nuveo was the first company to work with Bradesco in the cloud, and took us 6 months to validate every kind of our softwares. We have a lot of security validations. With Itaú, we are selling to them our core technology, and then they will deploy inside them. It's a different perspective from Bradesco, you know. So the banks are trying to, but they have so much legacy that it takes time. But they are changing. It's the size of them and the timing, you know. Please, Joseph.
Yes, thank you very much for the good presentation.
Thank you.
My name is Joan Rosas. I'm from CaixaBank, one of the members of the WSBI. You know, I would like to link the two questions from, I don't remember your name is? Marilyn, from Mango. Mambo, okay, yeah. Right. With actually yourself, I mean, you mentioned about the big banks that we are subject to the legacy systems, that it's not easy to move out of that. I mean, more and more banks are beginning to use the cloud, but it seems as that if you're not using the cloud, you're not cool anymore. But the question that I do have is, I mean, so what if banks, in spite of the fact that they still are subject to the legacy systems and they continue on, some of them are not using the cloud as of yet, but the impression is that through the strong big data divisions with, I guess, sophisticated applications that combine the legacy system that is there, whether you like it or not, with, you know, data mining, and also probably in some cases with even the cooperation of fintechs, very specialized. Aren't we coming to the same result? Then are not we fast enough? You mentioned time to market to develop the products. So the thing is that, look, if we're able to develop the product in time, if the product is the one that it has to be according to the merchandising company or whatever. So yeah, but it's not an issue, the fact that we're still subject to the legacy system. So in putting the question in a different way, what is your advice, or what are we doing wrong? But on a business-wise, on a competition-wise, vis-a-vis big techs, for instance, but the fact that we're still subject to the legacy system by itself, this is not, I mean, that should not be a problem, depending on the results. So that's an issue that I would like to ask you.
Thank you for the question. And I actually will give an example of how a brilliant idea, a brilliant business idea, went almost dead because of the legacy systems. Again, the digital bank of Bradesco. They have 1,012,000 accounts to be open in backlog. They were only able to open 100,000 accounts. That's because of the legacy. That's the reason they called me. You know, it's like, oh, help! You need to help us to give productivity to this new idea. I have account at the next, bank, and they have this it's a beautiful product, but they lack speed, the speed to respond to the environment. So it's a difficult question because I'm seeing these problems. For instance, Royal Bank of Canada, they created inside Toronto University with Jeff Hinton. Jeff Hinton is the father of AI, They created a laboratory to test new products. After they test the business rules, they validate that, they then they will go to the IT team to understand how much time and effort it will take to be able to apply these changes. But the thing is that, and it's my opinion, please take this with a grain of salt, you need to destroy your legacy systems and build new ones. That's the only way to cope with the velocity of the new world. It's like I am able to create a new AI model in 1 month. The same bank or telecom company or, I don't know, building company that hire us, they can only deliver me the APIs that I need in 1 year. So the timing is wrong, and we have this problem worldwide. It's difficult to deal with legacy systems. One solution, though, could be to create a layer of APIs to work with your legacy systems. And then you can resolve part of the problem,
Yeah, but just if you want, I can help you on that,
Please, ma'am.
Flavio. We don't see traditional banks, just throwing away their legacy systems like soon. That'll probably happen, I don't know, maybe in 20 years, I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing is that when you we have a few case studies of traditional banks that are doing their speedboats with us. So when you said that maybe the solution would be just building a layer of APIs in your legacy, some banks just think, well, just let me change my core, just do another project, another company with a cloud-based API-built core banking, and just launch into the market.
Yeah.
So I think there are both. What we see, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. John. What we see is not that banks are just throwing away their legacy or that's an issue. They are still with huge type of business in their legacy. For example, for some types of accounts. But if they're thinking about, for example, microfinance or microcredit or some specific type of products that they want to launch in the market, they just prefer to create a new company and speedboat to do that and not use their legacy or their traditional structure.
Perfect.
So I don't think that is an issue. It's just a change of technology to reach some types of products and customers, specific type of products and customers.
It's a great advice, actually. There are a lot of banks that are creating new companies in spin-offs to be able to cope with new niches, new market niches, But again, you can always build a layer of APIs. So, it's the easiest way out to cope with your legacy. It's hard, but it's the easy way.
So we've had a very heated discussion around legacy systems that is very interesting and very important to bear in mind. We've heard how we can work with them. For example, as Marilyn from Mambu was saying, you can make a niche product and gain time to market, and on the other hand, you can circumvent it with retraining your AI algorithms to be able to cope with the legacy systems you want.
Can I give one more example of and then
sure.
This will be I don't know if you guys are gonna like, but anyway, the leaders need to change their mindset also. I have this example inside Santander. I have some initiatives with them, but we have one area where the manager wants us to build our AI tools in their computer, their personal computer. You know, it's like, he look at me and ask me, look, you need to give us your developer and they will build your AI inside my computer. And I look at the guy and say, oh my God, it's like it's impossible to do that. You know, it's like, no. I do not have confidence in this kind of, you know, technology. I do not believe in you. So you need to build my computer. So okay, it's impossible. So you have some good examples about this kind of professionals also. But anyway, it's just an example.
Yes, of course. Like it's very valuable to see the you know, the different perspectives and how in a way it can be driven by different actors, huh? Like, and then like the perspective from or standpoint brought by this actor is fundamental in the way of solving it, let's say, no? Yeah. Perhaps like other colleagues have around the room want to add something, but maybe already I can launch a different, yes, exactly. Let's say like we can move on to another topic after we have the questions from our colleagues from Oracle and our colleagues from FedeCredito El Salvador. So please, perhaps first the question from Ernesto from FedeCredito. Maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit, and then the question from Leonardo from Oracle. Thank you. Yes, please.
Buenos días. Hola, hola. Hoy sí. Sí. Ernesto Pacheco de FedeCredito, y me llama la atención porque es un cambio muy profundo que estás haciendo. Eso significa que no solamente es tecnología, porque se necesita que también las personas vayan innovándose internamente y mentalmente, pero también tenemos el público, tenemos la clientela, y entonces en El Salvador tenemos dos mundos, que el mundo de presencia física, que es muy fuerte, y el mundo virtual, que va creciendo poco a poco. Y esos dos mundos tenemos que vivirlos y convivirlos. Esa transformación va también poco a poco en nuestra organización, porque hay gente que sí empuja y hay gente que le cuesta más. Y lo que tú estás diciendo, voten todo y hagan cosas nuevas, es muy complicado.
Maybe we collect also the question from Leonardo from Oracle. If you can introduce yourself as well a little bit before.
How do I turn on this thing? Let me see. Okay, it's working. Hello, I'm Leonardo. I am with Oracle, and I specialize on our software that is used to manage financial databases and do financial modeling. I worked in banking before going to Oracle in the Dominican Republic, con Banco Popular. Maybe some of you heard of it. And my question is, you know, there's a lot of clients here in Brazil that we have that are resistant to moving to the cloud because they have security concerns.
Yeah.
And I imagine that that is even more true with banks. Are you feeling that there's, you know, some tips of a change of culture related to that, you know, some of those concerns and being demystified? Because I think that could be a huge issue of why they don't want to move away from their legacy systems to the cloud.
Yes, great question, Leonardo. From my perspective, the problem is culture. You know, it's like you have the same security actually applying correctly, but you have the same type of security working online, on cloud, and offline. You just need to execute right. You know, it's like yes, they are changing their mindset, but it's a slow movement. You know, so we have the problems with these different perspectives from the clients and your professionals and directors and operations. So everyone is trying to do something, but it's not there yet. You know, it's like, again, the legacy is the problem, because the legacy is holding back everything. You know, so when we deploy our model inside Bradesco, we work with some mainframes that has COBOL from the 80s. I do not have professionals that knows how to work with COBOL. Actually, I have one, but he's, you know, he has like 51 years. But you know, it's COBOL. It's like, oh my God. It's their mainframe. It's like running in a 286 Intel from 85. I don't know, 86. So we have a lot of these problems. Itaú has these problems. Santander has these problems. You know, but it's the common law. It's normal. But again, either you have providers that can cope with their legacy and work with these kind of environments, or you won't be able to, you know, deliver your innovation. For now, again, I am seeing this movement in the market. The CIO of Itaú, he's a good friend of mine. They have a lot of initiatives inside Itaú. They have a lot of initiatives inside Bradesco and Santander, but it takes time. It's impossible for a company of this size to move fast. It's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 years for these companies to change their, or to create a layer of APIs or whatever. But I am seeing a lot of movement in the market, but one thing is, you can want everything that you want in your life, but it's different to execute, you know, very different. That's it.
Great. We have another 5 minutes to take a few more questions before the coffee break.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that it's been very interesting. This. Oh, exactly. Like yes, I will give the floor for your question, of course, Albert. But perhaps I think it's very interesting the way we're engaging, and this is precisely the objective of this type of events, that we can go deeper into a discussion to better understand how we can move on, how we can learn from our peers, and look ahead for our business. Not sure if like possible to perhaps like also introduce, you could introduce a bit, in Natalie's presentation we heard about platforms, so maybe like we can integrate a little bit in these 5 last minutes that we have some of their customer-centric approaches, and perhaps after Albert's question and like his feedback on this, around the table, like the banks and startups that are here present and system companies, like they could also share their experience in this realm. So please, Albert, introduce yourself for the colleagues to better understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. So my name is Albert Morales. I'm coming from Strands. Strands is actually a company which is, we are, let's say, our expertise is in AI since we are at the very beginning. We're not a startup. We're around in the market since 2004. We started in the music industry, music industry, experts on personalization. And since that, we try to pivot it into finance to bring that very same level of personalization that you could find on Spotify or on Apple into the people's life through their financial digital services. We're empowering more than 600 banks in the world with our technology. So we are experts in actually tackling this problem that you were mentioning. You know, there is a need. These legacy systems, at some point, obviously, they need to be improved. There are some inefficiencies. Or even in terms of architecture, the world has changed. We're moving towards open banking. So I think the conversation is not around whether it's on cloud or not. It's whether how the architecture of those core banking systems specifically is intended for the following 20 to 30 years. I just want to make like a small comment around the misconception of moving everything to cloud as a solution, because this means like less capex, better and more sizing of your hardware on demand. You just have to think all the companies or new challenger banks which are running on all their services full on cloud. Their offering is pretty much limited and their amount of users is pretty low. I'm a customer of N26 in Spain. I'm happy with it, but the offering is pretty basic. It's just a checking account. There's nothing else. I don't even have a credit account. I don't have mortgages. I don't have leasings. I don't have any other solution. You can call it whatever name you like, which is helping me. So I need to look for an alternative players which are offering that. So as soon as you find a player which, instead of having just a current account, you have such amount of services, whether are yours or from third parties, And instead of having 1 million customers, you have 20 million customers. And in an environment we are moving towards, which is mobile, which is real-time through processing, the challenge then becomes this availability of those services. I don't think cloud will solve that problem. You have to think about trading, how trading works. All these hedge funds which are doing high-frequency tradings, you have to think that they are even building physical cables to gain their competitors for nanoseconds, and we are moving towards that world. So I think that the present actually and the future obviously is to externalize some services into the cloud which are not added value to be incorporated as part of the core banking system, and those obviously can be run from the cloud. But there is some other, actually the core banking system is something really critical for keeping with the regulatory landscape and having availability of all your services. And it will be a huge challenge I think, and I hope I'm wrong, for these new challenger banks which are currently running everything on cloud. So this is just a point where we are helping our customers to innovate. We know how to extract the basic data that we need from the customer. All the data which is not hosting within the bank, we're bringing from the outside world of the bank, and we're helping them, we're enabling them, even their analytical teams, to bring something into production. Because at the end, we can talk about AI, we can talk about new models that are amazing, propensity loan models, etc. But when you try to go into production, everything is based on a theory. And when you go into production, this method, this model simply doesn't work. And at the end, you don't bring any value to the end customer. And I think here, we're all for just the same goal, right? How can we optimize that value that we provide to our customers with the existing systems? Whether you are a bank with 30 million clients and you are running, obviously, some systems are still running based on COBOL. How can we, evolve that platform throughout time so we keep the service at the level that the customer wants? And I think this is a huge, huge challenge that cloud cannot solve.
You are correct when you say that you do not need to get everything on the cloud. It's perfect, It's rather than the UX. It's the user experience that defines the type of architecture that you will apply in your company. You are perfect, but it's easy to integrate once you have APIs. Doesn't matter in the cloud or on premises, does not matter. But a company can move faster when they have some services on the cloud. That's the principal difference between on-premises, you have mainframes, COBOL or whatever from the cloud, So you can, I don't know, in one day you have 10 million clients, in the other day you have like 100 million clients. If you have your infrastructure in the cloud, you can, add more servers, like online. If you had this on-premises, you need to hire more servers, and then it will take like 1 month for you to be able to increase your capability. So,
yes, but you have to think we are moving towards, the number of interactions in the digital channels will be growing exponentially.
Yeah.
So you have to just have an example on Facebook. Whenever the Facebook app started, it was smooth. You try to use it now and see the lack of it. You can even have the faster telephone in the planet. It runs slow. And even those big players like Facebook, they are not running everything on the cloud.
Yeah.
So they have their own home data centers, which are closer to their servers, and at the end, it will be a competitive advantage.
You can control all your data. That's the reason why. So that's the difference between on-premises and cloud. You gave the perfect example. That's it.
Well, very good, great. Like, time is up. Unfortunately, like, we have now our coffee break. But the good news is that we will have, after the coffee break, I will make a very short and high-level presentation on regulatory. That then, like, I will open the floor. For example, we have here Joseph Delay from our member bank in Luxembourg. That he is an expert on regulatory. We will see him after in the deep dive session on digital onboarding and authentication that will be also moderated by Flavio. And then followed by that presentation on regulatory to fuel the discussions in the roundtables, we will move to the roundtables that are on the side of the room. There's 4, as you can see. One will focus on bank startup collaboration, and it will be moderated by Ernesto Pacheco, that you've all met before from Fedecredito El Salvador. Another roundtable will be on bank-bank collaboration, and will be moderated by Joan Rosas from CaixaBank, that you've also met because he has introduced himself and also asked a few questions. Another roundtable will be facilitated by Albert Morales from Strands, and it will be from what he was discussing also, like in his intervention, so how to develop better customer engagement. And finally, we will have another roundtable facilitated by Joseph Dele that I previously introduced on how can policy foster innovation. So there will be the possibility to also further explore this topic, because many things, like as we had a very heated and interesting discussion on legacy systems, like if they work, if they should be changed, if like you should do speedboat via cloud banking, like many different possibilities. There will be the possibility in these roundtables to further discuss about talking about, for example, what Natalie mentioned on platformization and what we can learn from their customer engagement and approach for banks. Using data management, for example, what Leonardo from Oracle was mentioning, that he has experience working in the banking system before, and now from the Oracle standpoint, and so on. So please, I will request from you to be very vigilant on time, and we go to our coffee break now for about 20 minutes. 22 to be precise, and if we can be back here at 11:25, it will be greatly appreciated. Maybe already tell you that coffee is outside and is constantly available for participants. If you feel that you want coffee or more water or whatever, you can go outside for that. And also the bathrooms are just before coming to the meeting room. So in terms of logistics, you're all equipped. Okay, so see you back here in 22 minutes. Thank you.
Alô, ei.
What if we wish to say? You're my sweetness, my baby, my love for all time. Like the whispering wind, it makes you all mine. Like the whispering wind, you stand here with me. Like the whispering wind, you stand here with me. I see your dreams all slip away. each little dream in me, someone to take my hand, to be a team with me. So nice, life would be so nice if one day I find someone that will take my hand and follow through life with me. Someone to sing to me, stay with me right or wrong. Someone to sing to me, some need a summer song. Someone to take my heart and give his heart to me. Someone who's ready to give love and start with me. Oh yes, that would be so
Bienvenidos, welcome again. Before we start with this presentation, I would like to ask around who will be participating. Maybe you can raise your hands to have an idea of a head count. Who will participate in the Bradesco study visit this afternoon? Okay, perfect. So if you can please go to Fatima, that is now going around, and just confirm to her. Like I think to have like a head count. Did you get that number, Gabriel? If you can raise your hand just one more time. I'm sorry. It's just to make sure that we have the good number of taxis for everybody. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let's say we're about 15 people. Okay, great. So just to get that out of the way in terms of the planning. So like I said, now I will be giving a very high level snapshot, regulatory snapshot of how policymakers approach financial technology. I will first start with how we approach it from the Institute and the World Savings and Retail Banking Institute and the European Savings and Retail Banking Group, and what is our position on it. Then I will say a few words about how the EU regulators are approaching it. There, well, around the table we have a few colleagues from Europe that can complement whatever I say. Afterwards, we will have a perspective from Asia, coming from Hong Kong. And then a few words about Mexico and its recently published last year FinTech law in the first Q, I believe, from 2018. Just a few pinceladas, as we say in Spanish, of this as we consider it relevant being in the region. But of course, then we will open a little bit the floor so colleagues and peers here can also share their experience with their own regulator. Yeah? So maybe already start. What is FinTech? For us, is technology enabling innovation in financial services, regardless of the institution, whether this is a bank, a non-financial institution, a big tech, a startup firm, and so on. And then for us, basically like financial institutions that provide comprehensive, a comprehensive range of financial services, such as the savings and retail banks that form the network of WSBI, have been active innovators in their own field, let's say in their own local field, and the ones that operate like also internationally as well. And then this has happened for a long time. So in our perspective, it wouldn't be fair to just call FinTech an entity, particular entity, and not open this also to other entities that are actually doing the activity. So for us, what's important is looking at it at the, from the perspective of the activity when having, let's say, the regulatory glasses. So this is a bit our perspective on this. And then further on, we move to WSBI ESBG position. This is our acronym on the topic. So then for us, a prerequisite for the future of financial innovation and a level playing field is to ensure both consumer protection and financial stability. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain technological neutrality and a level playing field horizontally across regulation and across regions. Okay? So first, we will approach the European Union and how they are going about FinTech. So next slide. So the European Commission published a FinTech action plan in March of 2018. And basically, this FinTech action plan has 3 pillars with to reach a general objective that is a more competitive and innovative financial market. So the first pillar, we're talking about encouraging innovative business models to scale up across the single market, the European single market. Also, the second pillar is talking about supporting innovative business models. Sorry, that's the first one. Supporting the uptake of new technologies in the financial sector. And the third pillar is increasing cybersecurity and the integrity of the financial system. So then stronger cyber resiliences. All this to achieve a more comprehensive, competitive and innovative financial market. From WSBI, ESBG, we have also taken action on this, and we have established a FinTech Regulation Committee at the end of this year, of last year, so we can also, from our side, be active and propose the positions from our members. So moving on, where do I point? Okay. So moving on, like other initiatives that the Commission has, are this one's presented here, and the only one that there's a proposal on the table at the moment is a proposal on crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lending regulation. All the other boxes that we see here are digital skills, cloud outsourcing, cybersecurity, all this, sandboxes, blockchain. They are being currently assessed together with the industry and other incumbents to determine whether a proposal is developed. Other EU initiatives, important initiatives, I won't mention everything of it because it's, it can get very complex. And well, today we will discuss it further in the regulatory roundtable that Joseph will facilitate later. But maybe it's worthwhile mentioning the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, and the Payment Service Directive 2 and the impacts that we will have. So the first one that I mentioned, that is one, the box in the middle, is the most important change, regulatory change in data protection in the EU in the last 20 years. And then basically it's around consent. The customer has to be consent. Has to give consent to the company to on how they use and process their data. So the consent of the customer has to be present before the company can well, use and process like the data of the customer. And let's say like this is like the most important thing. Like we will go in further detail. Joseph will like complement this. Maybe now you wanted to do. Okay, so then like he wants to do it now, so then we can already give the floor to him. Yes. Yes. No, it doesn't work. It's
now it works.
Yes.
Now it works. Hello, everybody. Just to complement 1 second what Aimé is just mentioning about the European Union framework. For those jurisdictions which are now thinking about how to address licensing fintech banks, there is something interesting I would like to add. It is a publication which was made by the European Central Bank, so for the 27 future EU member states, and giving advice on how to evaluate requests from upcoming fintechs which would like to take the form of a fintech bank. And this paper, this guidance was issued on March 2018, And the core message is the following. A fintech bank is basically performing the same activities as a traditional bank, taking opening accounts, taking savings, and granting loans. But on top of that, it is an activity whose business model is conveying to the furniture of banking services and based on technological innovation. So that's something could be of support for those who are working on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for the complimentary comments and announcing this publication. So then there's the PSD2 directive that basically is there to regulate payment services and payment services providers in the EU and the European Economic Area. Basically, here is also around consent, let's say, and like prior consent to the customer, banks are obliged to give third parties account information from their customers and also allow them to initiate payments from their customer's account. Well, like there's also like discussions around digital skills ongoing, also on AI, some ethical and moral discussions happening. But I will leave like all the details of this perhaps for the roundtable, and maybe when they're presenting, they can further elaborate on this. We move on to how do other countries or continents or latitudes approach fintech. And we will start with the Asian perspective. Here is the Hong Kong fintech ecosystem. Sorry, translators, I moved away. So here's the Hong Kong fintech ecosystem, which has many participants. You have like the fintech and startups, tech giants. You have government, very supportive government of fintech. Bank and financial institutions, of course. And then you have universities, for example. They have, the regulator has created a FinTech Innovation Lab with the Hong Kong Applied Science and Technology Research Institute, in which they can deepen research on this and also help banks in the process, let's say. Moving on, these are, let's say, the Asia perspective, like the Hong Kong, what they have been doing to adapt to what they call this new era of smart banking. So first, they have amended the guide to authorization of virtual banks to further promote virtual banks in the Hong Kong scene. Also, faster payment systems that are supported with the use of mobile phone numbers and emails to transact, which is very interesting. Also, they have enabled a sandbox, a supervisory sandbox, where fintech firms and banks can try out like new concepts. And they have tied to this chat room that gives live also advice on this to the participants. And finally, there's their open application programming interfaces framework. By the banking sector that makes them also, I didn't mention this from the European Union, but this is also happening. Now banks are also exploring ways of potentiating their API application. Perhaps we can move on already to our last example. And as you all know, Mexico launched its fintech regulation in the first Q of 2018. And basically, like, just to give a bit of background on what's going on in Mexico after this. Also, in the meantime, the government has changed in Mexico, and also it's a different type of government. It's a leftist government. But they are very much betting on financial technology to help lift people out of poverty. So they are great supporters of financial inclusion. Our member there is counting very much on us for us to further develop in this field. They are also planning to run a digital payment systems built by the central bank that will allow Mexicans to make and receive payments through their smartphones free of charge. So then, like, continuing, let's say, to build on the benefits of the use of technology to reach out to the bottom line, let's say. Through the FinTech Log, the Mexican regulator is facilitating the execution of financial transaction and services through IT platforms or tools, services, for the issuance, administration, redemption, and transfer of electronic payments funds, and the use of virtual assets in these transactions, whether through financial institutions, entities authorized to operate through regulatory sandbox models, or authorized Mexican financial entities. So these are the players that are governed by this new legislation. And there's much more to say on this FinTech law from Mexico, but perhaps we leave it here as we run out a bit of time over on the coffee break, and we can open the floor for participants so they can share with us a bit, like, how is their experience with the regulator? Is all this financial innovation pushed from the industry, or is the regulator supportive of this and, like, having initiatives to enable more financial innovation, enable technology innovation in the financial system? So we have banks here, we have startups, we have Oracle, for example. So perhaps, I don't know, maybe Ernesto from Fede Credito, he can tell us your experience already in El Salvador and, like, how this is evolving in your country.
De hecho, sí, en Fedecredito estamos trabajando fuertemente en el tema de la innovación. Es algo que nos ha permitido a nosotros hacer nuevas cosas. De hecho, hemos logrado que con estas nuevas innovaciones que estamos haciendo, hemos logrado tener más cobertura geográfica y hemos logrado más niveles de negocio. ¿Cómo? Bueno, dando servicios financieros en teléfonos celulares, bancarizando poblaciones que están alejadas en el sector rural, que le estamos reduciendo más o menos de $2 a $3 por cada transacción que están haciendo. O sea, la gente antes se desplazaba vía vehículo o vía autobús, ¿verdad?, desde su lugar, y hoy lo hace muy tranquilamente desde su, digamos, desde su cantón, de su lugar de rural. El Salvador tiene 6.5 millones de habitantes, 3 millones están en Estados Unidos, o sea que somos 9.5. Las personas están muy conectadas a nivel de redes sociales, entonces el uso de tecnología es algo fuerte. La gente de menos estudios académicos se ha acostumbrado a la tecnología porque es parte de conectarse con su familia, por lo tanto, uso de redes sociales es normal. Y en ese esquema nosotros nos estamos montando en el uso de tecnología y ha permitido que con teléfono celular la gente está pagando servicios financieros, remesas familiares, que es muy fuerte con nosotros, a través de teléfono. Eso está haciendo, digamos, muy bien.
Ernesto,
sí, mande.
Tal vez si nos comentas un poquito mejor, o sea, cómo el regulador está tratando el tema de innovación en los servicios financieros.
Gracias.
Para complementar.
tenemos un tema muy serio allá. Por ejemplo, la nube está prohibida. Allá el uso de la nube está prohibida por regulación. Dos, el uso de nuevas tecnologías le está costando al regulador porque hay que explicarle. Toda innovación que uno va haciendo, llegan a supervisarlo y uno tiene que pasarse su tiempo explicándole cómo lo está haciendo. Y a veces terminan poniendo recomendaciones que no sabemos ni cómo se las inventa, pero hay que darle gustos a ellos, porque si uno no trabaja con el regulador, no avanza en sus proyectos, y entonces bajo el tema de riesgos, ellos le sacan fantasmas a uno, y de modo uno tiene que, hasta que ellos entienden, avanza, pero se llevan su tiempo. Luego también el tema de que uno está queriendo trabajar con las fintechs, también es un tema que también le pone mucha traba. Ese es un tema muy complejo para nosotros. O sea, la regulación es una cosa y el regulador, la cultura del conocimiento regulador también es otro tema.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto. Tal vez, sorry, I moved to English because it's easier for everybody. Sorry, I just I had a lapse there. Perhaps it would be interesting to hear the perspective from another type of institution around on the floor, like here, like on the participants. Like, would you like to also share with us very shortly, because we will further discuss this deeply in the roundtable, as I said before. But maybe another peer here, I see Albert really ready to say something on like how not only the local regulator, I would say, because Trans has experience not only in Spain, but also in other latitudes. So maybe you can tell us a bit what is Trans experience navigating regulation from different regions as well when implementing your products.
Sure. So, well, in general, open banking as a concept has been a huge breakthrough. It will change completely the banking landscape as we know it today. I know still some countries are being adapted, but they will fall at a certain point. And it's important to mention that innovation cannot be exchanged for ideas coming from the regulator. So what we live, for example, in Europe, it was clear that some fintechs already exist before PSD2 existed, and they were operating through the European Union. And they were clearly satisfying a need of the end users, whether they are retail customers or SMEs, and they were offering better services without the hassle of the regulation on top of them, keeping the same levels of security and being more efficient. So as soon as you, let's say, validate that your business model is sustainable throughout time, that your customer security is at the first level, then you go and you talk to the regulator and you see if you can cooperate with them and helping them and advising them on how they should understand how fintech works. There is a case, for example, in Spain, part of PSD2 and part of the revolution thing of open banking is that now all the data that banks or financial institutions are holding from their customers, it's clear and it's understood that belongs to the client, doesn't belong to the bank. So there is a lot of new companies that take profit of that, and we're taking this information in a non-regulated way. This doesn't mean it's illegal. Well, it used to be illegal in Spain. There was an institution called, for example, Fintonic, which is basically a personal financial management solution that it has been in the market for several years already and allow customers and users to give their bank credentials and aggregate the information on behalf of them in order to provide them with smarter recommendations on financial solutions. They are an independent player, so the offer is not based on the need of the bank. So when they did that, the PSD2 didn't exist. And there were some banks, obviously, that were reluctant to process or give the data from their customers because they thought that it will be a threat that a third party could offer to their clients a product of one of their competitors. So some banks try to, go to the regulator and say, okay, this is illegal, this is not secure, etc. So at a certain point, the regulator in Spain, in that case, was next to the big players, obviously, to the banks. But then what these fintechs did is, okay, we go directly into other markets which might be more open-minded, and we were regulated there, for example. So when other markets within the European Union allow them, and they saw really huge interest because the competition in the market, spread, then it's when PSD2 came into place. So then at the end, the regulators had, even though they were next to the banks, will or not allowing innovation because that will, threat their market share. At some point, that's inevitable. Europe has seen the benefits of open banking. It's already demonstrating them with all the new fintech initiatives that are there. Many new, really original, innovative services are being offered, retail, corporate, and this will go and this will happen everywhere else. So it's just a matter of not staying on the umbrella of the regulator. You have to move outside of your comfort zone, trying to even challenge yourself as a bank. Can I make things easier? How can I utilize even my own data? If I create another entity within the bank, how can I then cannibalize my own business for, sustaining my business and my customers for the following years? And I think it's really, really important to keep that in mind. Regulation is not a stone, so there are not laws that are written in stone, and we have seen the change in a lot of countries, and sooner than later will come everywhere.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive and complete comment to complement like what, the presentation and also what Ernesto said. I see that also Joan from Caixa would like to say something, and perhaps not sure if Diego also from Colombia, but also just to launch the question, because then we will need to close and move on to the roundtables. I'm not sure if, like, for example, Caixa Económica Federal wants to talk to us a bit of how the relationship in this realm, let's say, with the regulator. I can already say that we yesterday had a meeting with the central bank here in Brazil, and for us, like, we saw them very open and supportive of new technologies in financial services. And then, like, also to our great surprise, also they are implementing very heavily the principle of proportionality that is very much in a way even coined by our membership, let's say. Basically they have set up 5 different type of institutions, and they really look into the activity of what the activity that the incumbent is doing, whether a bank or fintech, whatever, to regulate them. So then it was very interesting to already hear that. But maybe after Joan's comment and perhaps Diego, maybe from Caixa Económica Federal, you could tell us a bit from the local perspective, as we already heard earlier from Banco Inter. A little bit of a snapshot on local. It will be interesting also to hear from you how the experience you have with this. So maybe first, Joan, Diego, and then perhaps Rafael or Ariani or Samara. Please, Joan.
Okay, I'm going to refer to Joseph. I think that you're going to be presenting the later on, and also I'm going to basically. Put Joseph before what Albert said. So based on what you're saying, Albert, it seems as if we did not have a major obstacle in Europe to develop the financial business provided by the fintechs. But on the other hand, Joseph, I mean, we still, I think we're struggling in Europe with the sandbox, probably London in being in one position, the rest of Europe. So to what extent would you agree with Albert that we do not have a legal obstacle or that it's not a major impediment compared to what, other places, even we spoke with the Brazilian central bank yesterday. They seem very open in terms of providing, fintechs, being a player in Brazil, not to mention Singapore or other things. So do we have a framework? It's an obstacle, we've fallen behind? Because when I listen to Albert, you say, I'm very optimistic, good, this is fine, we're just moving forward. But I'm not sure about that.
The first microphone, please. Yes.
Yes, okay. For those who didn't know yet, European Union is a very strange animal. It's an animal like you know, these animals with 1,000 feet. They go, or the dragoons, the Chinese dragoon, when it is Chinese New Year, this animal goes in any direction. European Union way of building policy is a little bit like that, and you have those who really are pushing, you have those who try to slow down the trend, and at the end of the day, something comes out of it. That's true. That's why I would positively also say, yes, the scheme, the overall the picture is changing, but thanks to those where the industry was really pushing forward, like in the UK, sandboxes were introduced by the UK industry of the startups and the fintechs, but was taken aboard very fast by FSA at that moment, now FCA. I can just speak for my own regulator. You know, Luxembourg, more than 20% of Luxembourg GDP is produced by the financial industry. So they pay attention to us. That doesn't mean that we have a free lunch, no. But when it comes to having, for instance, a frame for digital onboarding, there is a common approach, preparing the new field with the industry, being cautious for respecting the very, very numerous European Union legislations. And at the end of the day, those who lag behind, they will be forced to go a step further. That's how it works.
Indeed, very interesting. That actually, like the comment from Joanne, and then like going back to Joseph, and
we have to listen to Albert if he agrees.
Yeah, no, I know, but like let me just give some context to this, perhaps. Also, like, and then connecting to both presentations and discussions that we had before. Also, another element, let's say, to consider. For example, when approaching banks with new technologies and new solutions for them to become more efficient and serve better their customers and be closer to their life cycle, let's say, and lifestyle. Also, like it's a cultural thing that has to be tackled, because it's very easy and very, you know, let's do it, hands-on. But why is it that the bank then on the other side is not that evident? So maybe Diego can mention a few words on this, but really we have to make this very short. We have about 5 more minutes to allocate for this. Also Diego and then like Caixa Económica Federal can tell us like their local experience. And not sure if Felipe wants to add something from the IDB side that just joined. Just say no if, okay. So fine, so then like we will hear Diego. Also, we will give an opportunity to Albert to react to this other side of the discussion, let's say, and then Rafael from Caixa Económica Federal to intervene. So please, Diego.
Dale, Albert, si quieres reacciona tú al comentario que se ha hecho y después yo intervengo.
Very briefly. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Just very briefly, I truly believe on a free market. Access to information has been democratized. Anyone in any remote country has access to a smartphone, and I can say probably has access to internet as well. So information is available. You cannot imagine Uber, what they did, for example. Now you trust better what Uber tells you rather than the regulator of the taxi administration in Sao Paulo or in Barcelona. And this is because you have access to information. So the most tough regulator ever, it's the actual consumer. So answering your question, if obviously the role of the regulator has to be to, you know, to represent and don't forget about the most basic rights of consumers. But thanks God, we are in a world that now consumers they can see reviews. So if your business doesn't provide a proper service, the first who's going to react, it's going to be the consumer.
1 minute.
And just for end, then you are run out of business if you don't have customers. So that's the most tough regulator ever. So don't get constrained by what the regulator says. That's all.
Diego.
No, quizás un comentario. En Colombia la regulación viene avanzando, quizás no a la velocidad que uno desearía, pero creo que paso a paso se van dando avances a la luz de todo este desarrollo del mundo de hoy. Pero más que ese comentario, y analizando en detalle las intervenciones realizadas en el tramo anterior, relacionadas con el tema de la nube. Y simplemente quería hacer una reflexión en línea, que no creo firmemente que hay que ponderar, balancear las cosas. Le decía a Aimé en el break que hubiera sido muy interesante tener en este mismo foro aquellos que, entre comillas, pueden entenderse que están del otro lado. Aquellos que están en la banca tradicional, yo estoy en la banca tradicional, y entender para ponderar y para conjuntamente encontrar caminos el por qué las posturas que a veces desde el otro extremo se ven un poco perversas, por decirlo menos. Yo creo que, por supuesto, que el cambio de paradigma es un elemento fundamental. En la historia de la humanidad, los cambios de paradigmas han marcado los tiempos de una manera muy importante. Cuando nació el coche o cuando nació el televisor, nadie daba un centavo porque a la gente le pareciera interesante pasar horas al frente de una caja que generara ruidos y proyectara imágenes, y hoy sabemos lo que es la televisión, para poner simplemente ese ejemplo, de tal manera que los cambios de paradigmas han acompañado la historia de la humanidad, eso nadie puede desconocerlo. Pero se deben dar unas condiciones para esos cambios de paradigmas, para que esos cambios de paradigmas operen. No hay duda de los beneficios que trae la nube, no hay duda. Tampoco podría afirmarse de manera absoluta, y es ahí en donde yo invito a la reflexión, que supone unos riesgos y que es muy importante ponderar esas posturas para más bien, a partir de la identificación clara de esos riesgos, crear capacidades que nos permitan ir en la dirección correcta. Es una invitación simplemente a la ponderación, y aquí insisto en que hubiera valorado, yo de tecnología no tengo ni idea, pero sería muy valioso haber tenido aquí gente de tecnología que está en el mundo de lo tradicional, que tiene muchas razones para estar donde está. Déjenme contarles una anécdota pequeña y con esto termino. Estuve hace un par de meses, o un mes y medio, en San Francisco, en el evento anual organizado por IBM, que fue el Think 2019, un evento realmente impresionante. Y cuando llegué a mi oficina, lo primero que hice fue llamar a mi vicepresidente de tecnología, lo senté al frente y le dije: Jaime Andrés, ¿por qué no estamos pensando en la nube? ¿Sí? Y Jaime Andrés me dijo: valoro mucho que usted cada vez entienda más de tecnología, por lo menos ya habla de nube, eso ya es una cosa maravillosa, pero le voy a decir qué argumentos probablemente habría que considerar en el momento de tomar una decisión como esta. Y créanme, hay argumentos, hay argumentos. Entonces la invitación simplemente es cómo ponderamos y cómo más bien procuramos en crear las capacidades necesarias para asegurar que los beneficios se capitalicen, pero que se superen igual los riesgos.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Diego. Interesante. Rafael, maybe you can tell us your experience from Caixa Económica Federal on the regulatory. Yes, thanks.
Hello.
Perhaps you can present yourself before as Yes, and then people can learn more about your experience, where you're coming from, and also what's your role in Caixa Económica Federal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rafael. I work with strategy and intelligence in Caixa. And about our perspective in the case of the regulator, what I can say, actually, I think that Flavio already told us a lot of the new things that our central bank has made in the last year. So there's no much thing I can add to this subject, but I can say that our central bank have 4 pillars of what he can do to regulate our financial system. I can tell you that the 4 pillars are think in a financial system more focused on the social side of the spectrum, more modern and efficient. And in that way, I can agree with Flavio because our regulator already think in a system with fintechs and startup working with us. So the problem, in my perspective, is not the regulator in Brazil. I think that the problem is actually our culture and our systems that have to move on. So at the point of the regulator, I think that we have space to do, we can do a lot because the regulator wants that, because it sees that this is the best way we can provide the services for our population.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. So I think it was, oh, okay, so Felipe, great. If you could introduce yourself, that would be great. Felipe from IDB Group.
Sure. I'm Felipe Crucillo from IDB Lab, the innovation laboratory of the Inter-American Development Bank. For now, I'm lead the investments in venture capital funds and startups in the group and here in Brazil. And what we have seen in the regulatory space, we have some, the IDB Group has an initiative with CVM. I believe Vasco will talk more about that, which Luciano is one of our investment officers that lead this initiative. But also, what I've seen in startup scene, like he said about Uber, like the regulatory playbook, it's definitely worked well for them, at the beginning of their trajectory. But it depends the type of marketer you are. You need to build your own playbook, and so it's important to be close to the regulators and understand all of the others. Actors in the space you're acting. So, like in financial system, it's a regulatory market. So, it's important to be close. We have seen before the fintech booming here in Brazil. We have seen companies that had to shut down because. Well, after suffering regulatory issues, so it's really important to be close and understand exactly the concerns of those regulators and all the other actors.
Fantastic. I think this gives a lot of food for thought for the roundtable that we will have our master of regulation on our side in the Institute, Joseph. Sorry, put you on the spot there. So maybe let's all stand up and already take spaces in the different tables, as you wish. And then for each facilitator of the roundtable to take one of the tables so they can start the discussion. So something very important is that as we are doing this type of event for the first time in Latin America, we decided to appoint a facilitator for each roundtable to kind of dynamize a bit the discussions, But it is very important for each participant to actively participate in what's going to be the outcome conclusions of each roundtable. So it's not that it's the whole responsibility of the facilitator to do the whole task of going through, sorry, let me just go to the right, yes, to the right slide. Going through these 3 questions that each roundtable will be navigating. So all of the 4 different areas, we have bank startup collaboration, bank, how to develop better customer engagement, regulatory. And then we have the questions to answers are which areas, how, challenges to overcome. So please be active, share, come out with a conclusion. All of this in, please, 25 minutes, around 25 minutes. So then we can give each group 5 minutes to be able to present the main conclusions, answering these 3 questions. And then we have, we move on to lunch. So then we have an important task of being very efficient with time, so we are not putting everybody away from food for too long, let's say. So please take the tables. If you feel that you would feel more comfortable in another table, feel free to move. And then, voila, let's start. Thank you. Sorry, I mentioned a lot and gave a lot of publicity that Joseph and Albert will be the facilitators of the roundtables. Joseph, the roundtable 4 on regulatory, and Albert, the roundtable 3 on how to develop better customer engagement. And then we will have Ernesto Pacheco, that you met before from El Salvador. He's in that table there, guiding the discussion or facilitating the discussion on bank startup collaboration. And the table in which we have already seated our chairman of the region, Diego, is going to be bank collaboration, and is going to be facilitated by Joan Rosas from CaixaBank that he intervened earlier. So this is how we are. Yes. Yeah, you can say that. Yes. Great. Excellent. TikTok. Okay, so I've been walking around the table, the round tables, and even for our colleagues here, that is a smaller group discussion. They're very heated and interesting discussions happening within the round tables, but unfortunately we have to move on to presenting what will be the conclusions from each round table. So I will start here, perhaps, as they were like fewer participants, and give them the floor first to our regulatory roundtable. So please, Joseph, or whoever you have nominated in the roundtable to present the conclusions and answering to the questions, which areas, how, challenges to overcome. This is the moment to present them. So please, roundtable number 4 on regulatory, how can policy foster innovation? Yeah, yeah, we need the yes. Can I take this? Yeah? So maybe we will start, like, we will give you the luxury of time as you were, I'm having problems with taking this out, sorry. Wait. Okay, it was just on the top, yeah. We will start on the other side then. And okay, so I will move to table number 1. So maybe you can already like, so hello, good morning, good afternoon. How are we today? Yes? Very good. So what, who's going to be the designated spokeswoman?
Hemos estado conversando respecto a lo que es la relación con las fintechs y las innovaciones. Definitivamente es un tema que tenemos que continuar profundizando. ¿Por qué? Porque es algo que es una oleada que está pasando en todo el mundo. Todo el mundo estamos trabajando en esta cuestión. Porque somos bancos que tenemos que estar cada vez innovando y algunos que ya nacen con esta innovación. Pero nos hemos dado cuenta de una cosa. Las leyes y las regulaciones o el supervisor son camisas de fuerza que también tenemos que gestionarlas. No podemos evadirlas. De hecho, hemos estado hablando que el regulador cuida lo que es relación crédito-inversión, que eso sí hay que cuidarlo, o sea, de dónde se captan los depósitos, quiénes son los responsables, qué pasa con los fraudes, qué pasa. Entonces, todo este tema lo cuida el regulador y por eso es que es importante que las fintechs estén trabajando. En el caso de Nobel, aquí Fabio, ¿sí? Nos hemos dado cuenta que es muy interesante que él no va a tener problemas con el regulador porque está trabajando con un banco y cumpliendo la regulación. Y eso sí creo que es un ejemplo mejorcito que nos gusta a los que estamos en el lado de la banca. Y otros que están, digamos, fuera de la banca, pues lógicamente haciendo negocios de tipo financiero, pero sin tanta regulación. Entonces ese es un tema, un dilema que va a estar pasando. Entonces, ¿quién tiene que empujar a quién? Es un diálogo que hay que continuar haciendo con los reguladores, hay un diálogo que hay que estar haciendo siempre con las fintechs y un diálogo que tenemos que estar internamente. ¿Por qué? Porque la innovación hay que profundizarla todo dentro también, en el corazón y en la mente.
I think I'm missing a lot of things here. Creo que me perdí por lo menos más de la mitad del tema, pero creo que I will continue in English, okay, Ernesto. So, but I think that what is clear and came out from this table is that there is a need to deepen relationship and collaboration between these two worlds that are not necessarily two words. Sorry, the microphone. Sorry. So, so the fintech and the banks. There's a very interesting example in the table of working with banks and side by side with regulators. This is really the way forward because this way you know, it's all the question marks are gone. Well, yes.
Thank you. I think that fintechs and startups, they have to be flexible, you know, to be able to cope with the loss. I mean, we changed some laws last year. Bacen, the Central Bank of Brazil, they released a law, they pacificated a law that we do not need paper anymore. We can actually, we can combine the digital image and blockchain to, you know, officialize a document. But the first bank that are doing this is Bradesco with us. So, you know, we need to cope with these rules from the government. I mean, there are some times that we can break the laws. It's actually healthy, but we need to be flexible to cope with.
Very good, very good. So feel free to compliment my very few comments on the flip chart. So we move on to roundtable number 2. So here we're talking about bank-bank collaboration. I don't know. Bank-bank collaboration. And we have the facilitator that was Joan Rosa, sorry, so then the stream is also able to see all of you. Not sure if you nominated somebody else to do the talking or this.
I did, but you know,
Yeah.
they don't want to.
Yes, but you know, just go ahead and present to us the conclusion.
I did, but this we very democratic, and they said that I have to be the one to report. All right, so. Well, first of all, we just brought up the issue of cooperation within the digital world, and then we said, well, you could have a framework. There isn't any reason why there could not be a cooperation between bang. There could be a cooperation between fintech and fintech. There could be a cooperation between a bank and fintech. There could be a cooperation between fintech and big tech. Why not bank and big tech? Why not about big tech and big tech? So, wow, how do you manage? How do you handle that? But what we see is that it seems as everybody is trying to be a little bit provocative. Everybody is going against the banks. So Google is trying to capture customers from banks. The small fintechs are taking the payments of the banks away. And then on top of that, other banks are competing with other banks. So then the thing is that what should be the right approach? Also, from the banking side, we seem to say, all right, so we always will have the customer because we have the trust. And because we have the trust, we banks, we will always provide coverage for his pension funds, insurance, mutual funds, or everything that is a little bit more, let's say, sophisticated, or that it goes beyond simple products, it will be with us. Well, and we have abandoned some areas. Instant payments. There are so many fintech companies. When you want to make a payment in the US, to give you an example, a $50 payment, I mean, young people, no one goes to a bank. They use these non-banking systems. So American banks have basically abandoned payments. Well, should we do that? We don't know. You talk about you talk about also areas of okay. And then shouldn't we banks try to capture business from Amazon? Couldn't we banks use our network to sell products? Well, we're doing it in Spain, and it's very successful. So anyway, so this is, we don't have a solution, but I think this is a fruitful thought that we discussed. But then what we saw is there is one specific area that is crucial for the banking system and for the financial system as a whole, which is security, which is cyber security. And it would be silly, it doesn't make sense. Why don't banks work together? Why don't banks basically sit and let's try to reinforce cybersecurity for all? Shouldn't be thinking about setting up a platform that it's used by all banks to reinforce cybersecurity. So, you know, it was said that when a bank has a security breakdown, I mean, this is not told to anyone. This is kept secret because that could affect the confidence of the customers. So then the situation is that we are firmly convinced that in specifically cybersecurity, we should work together because we have a common interest. Something else, when we talk about proportionality, as you know, small banks and saving banks are very concerned about proportionality. There is no proportionality, there is no such thing when it comes to security. If you have a security problem, a breakdown security problem on a small bank, that can affect the whole system as a whole. And I think that, and then the last issue I made was the question, shouldn't the regulators, from the regulatory standpoint, try to push for this kind of joint action? And then it was asked whether Europe, within the European community, there is any kind of a law covering security, and what is the legal status? Joseph, I don't know whether you can elaborate a little bit, whether from the regulatory standpoint, regulators are helping the banking industry to work together on the specifically cybersecurity area. And I think this is more or less the summary.
Very good. Thank you very much, Joan. I made a few scribbles here. I hope they're okay. But please feel free to compliment. My handwriting is awful. Disclaimer, please, just so you know. So basically, like Joan started by talking about like collaboration, that it can happen in many possible ways. It can be bank-bank, it can be fintech-fintech, it can be bank-fintech, it can be fintech-big tech, it can be bank-big tech, and so on, all in possibilities. Huh? But like the question is, why suddenly banks are the bad guys that are not open to this kind of, let's say, the benefits of new technologies? So question there. So banks bear the responsibility vis-a-vis clients and their pension plans, taxpayers, not to have to resource to that stability. Another question that came out is like, should banks capture the business from the Amazons of this world? Should they sell products other than financial? We have like some examples here around the room of banks selling other things apart from bank accounts and savings plans, let's say. You know, for example, like banks should be more prone to work together in the same local industries to reach, for example, better cybersecurity and integrity of the market, the financial market, for example. But the main ingredient of the whole conversation here, it's common interest. There has to be a common interest for banks to work together. So this is the vital, let's say, point that has to be achieved to be able to start working on something. And to complement this also, why not the regulators pushing or fostering this kind of industry collaboration? So I hope, in a nutshell, I have included your comments. So if you want to add to these comments, please feel free. So we will move now to the other side of the room where we still have 2 round tables. We have round table number 3. that I'm soon approaching. So we have our Super Albert from Strands facilitating. Not sure, Albert, if you nominated somebody else as the spokesperson or... Okay, perfect. So great. So here is the roundtable on how to develop better customer engagement. So please, Albert, let me just position myself very quickly there so I can try to follow.
No problem. I will be actually introducing the roundtable before answering those questions. The most obvious question before here was to align between all of us on what do we understand by customer engagement, you know, how we measure it. I think this is a really interesting table. We have two financial institutions. One probably is more online based, the other is more offline. We have technology provider and we have a philosophy. So it's really, really interesting table here. So basically, some of the answers around how do we understand customer engagement. First of all, one of the answers must be is how we perceive the connection with the problem solving, so how we solve a specific problem. Another and common answer to that is, yes, understanding of problems or what the customer has, how is the customer journey. Some other responses to what customer engagement is how loyal the customer is, how is the relationship, and how many interactions do we have with that customer. So for example, we can measure that by how many customers do you have, are you growing by customers, how is the customer retention. And another way as well to analyze the customer engagement is how is the use of the technology that the bank is providing, how it's utilized. So based on that, we basically detected two high-level areas, pretty basic. Basically, we have how is the tool, so how is the customer engagement in an offline situation versus how is that engagement on a digital. Maybe in the near future we can be talking about, we can fly over time and we can have a third one, but right now we just have these ones. And I took the chance to change the actual order of the questions instead of answering the how. So first, which challenges do we have to overcome in terms of customer engagement? So first of all, on the taking into consideration the offline area, we can see that having a relationship with the client might become difficult. Branches are being reduced. Customers tend not to go anymore and shopping offline. People prefer and suddenly prefer to shop online. So as soon as you start losing that connection point with the customer, or for example, if your bank has only digital service, not forget about these clients that might need some offline assistance. That's one challenge. The second challenge, it's how to adapt to the technology evolution in terms of culture. Technology is evolving, but might be some challenges from the bank standpoint on transferring the knowledge or the literacy on how to leverage technology for financial industry. Other industries have taken the opportunity, so you can see in countries that the level of usage of the technology is extremely high. For retail, is extremely high for shopping, is extremely high for taking a taxi, but financial institutions haven't managed to teach their users, their clients, how to leverage technology. So that's another challenge, culture. And related with culture, there is another important challenge here. It's the generational gap. We have a clear distinction between digitally native population and population that obviously haven't grown up with technology, and it's really difficult for them to switch them to digital services. So that's another big challenge. So the proposals that we have here in the table and how to overcome them, for example, tackling the first challenge I mentioned on how to still retain some offline connections might be to explore collaborations, for example. You don't need to open branches, but you can collaborate with other firms that have branches and maybe are underutilization. You can partner with supermarket chain, for example, where you can have a representative from the institution there, or even the people from the actual supermarket can be trained so they can offer at some point a service from this digital player. And then in terms of the lack of culture, this is a work from the bank that needs to be done, even the regulator. We need to start teaching all the entire population on how to utilize technology for their own benefit. We mentioned that, for example, kids or children, obviously they don't need a bank account. They don't need loans, they don't need mortgages. But banks or maybe fintechs or third parties can utilize the products that their parents have in order to teach them since the very beginning how to value the money and how to, well, this is part of the customer engagement for the future, because financial literacy is really important. On the generational gap, we don't have to throw out the towel saying that, okay, people beyond, I will embed, but beyond 65-year-old won't utilize the digital channels. There is a great example, and we mentioned here, which is the iPad. Apple managed to have a device which is being used by designers, which are professional people that have huge skills in terms of technology. But you can see a 3-year-old kid using that very same iPad, and you can see a lot of elder people using the iPad as well to communicate with their family, to analyze their photos and edit them. And they're all using the same device, which at the end, it tells us that personalization is everything there. So within the same channels, within the same interaction that you can have 3, 4, 5 completely different conversations depending on who's your audience. And last but not least, and I think in terms of how, those are the 2 main points. First of all, you cannot accomplish anything of this without proper user experience. And when I say user experience, it matters to talk about simplicity. A lot of challenger banks or fintechs have been mentioned today. They are not offering any new financial product or something revolutionary. As I even mentioned myself, I just have a bank which is offering me a regular debit card with a checking account. But why I'm banking with them? It's because they speak the same language as I do, so they speak human. And obviously all their channels are completely user-friendly and super simple. You don't need to log in, and you take probably, and this is not obviously a positive critic, but you can log in into any bank account of a major incumbent bank, and you just tap on the hamburger menu, and then on the left side on the sidebar you have probably 20 different tabs, and you don't even know what are they being used for. So that's a huge challenge for the banks. Nobody says it's easy to simplify it, but you have to try your best efforts there. And second, which is really important as well and will help you on the simplification, is KYC. And KYC not from a regulatory standpoint, but knowing your customer in order to better offer a highly personalized service. You need to leverage all the data that you have within the banks, which is extremely, extremely helpful. Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, everyone is afraid of them jumping into financial services. They don't want to become a bank. The margins in the financial industry have nothing to do on their margins, so for them it's a completely different story. They don't want to be regulated. But what they want is transactional data from their customers. Why? Because by having this data, they can offer much more personalized services. They can sell more iPhones. They can sell more advertisement. They can sell more products on a marketplace. And this is something that you have. And you need to manage to understand how to utilize this data. And then combined with data which is out there as well from your customers, you have social media, you have many other resources of data from your clients that you can bring inside the bank. And then you need obviously proper analytical tools and solutions to then extract insights around this data. So, it's a vicious circle. The more data you collect from the customer, the more simple service you will have, the more usage you will have in your channels, and it will be obviously a retroactive circle. And this is basically our outcome from the session.
Thank you, Albert. Very good. So I will try to to follow my scribble so I can properly summarize a bit like what the outcomes of this table, roundtable number 3 on customer engagement. So so hello people from streaming. So this third round, maybe I put myself here. So the third round table on customer engagement, the first thing they did, as they had an interesting mix of perspectives, having online banks, fully traditional banks, Oracle, startup firms, philosophy, they tried to have a common definition to start from. Then they went about on how to solve a specific problem, talking about like customer journey, engagement, cohesion with the clients, to build that loyalty, the use of technology for all of this. Then they looked into 2 areas. So customer engagement online and customer engagement offline. Afterwards, they went into the challenges that one of either or could have. So for example, the relationship with clients when it's only online. How do you still engage with them on offline products that you want to sell them? And then like how to adapt to tech evolution. Sometimes I don't even understand my handwriting, I think. so sorry. So yes, so adapting to the technology evolution and like then like translating knowledge from other industries. Further on, they go into culture and then generational gap. Let's say from digital native to elderly. And then like the proposals are to retain offline connections, like possibilities, for example, collaborate with other players, like as we said before, and Natalie mentioning like her initial presentation in Peach. You know, you don't have to do everything. So perhaps you can collaborate with retailers and through them offer your services. What else? There's change of mindset, use of technology for better engagement. Engagement in-house, parents to kids, parents to show them how they engage with the financial services from early age. We very much like that because at WSBI, SBG, we very much support financial education and literacy from the earliest stage possible. And then interesting example in how iPad has been able to be cross-generational in a way and have grandmas talking on Skype with their grandkids from abroad and like little kids from one already managing better than me, I would say, this kind of tools. So then like just to, 3 things to take away is proper user experience is fundamental. KYC, not only on the legal side, but really understanding and know your client for a higher personalization of the service and having the right analytical tools and solutions. So I hope that I have captured a bit of what you have discussed. I think you want to also comment, Oscar. So Oscar comes from FedeCredito as well. Maybe you can introduce yourself very briefly.
Un minuto, sí, ok, perfecto. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Yo creo que la experiencia, aquí la clave es la experiencia del cliente. Eso es todo lo que hacemos o lo que pensamos hacer, hay que ser siempre orientado en una base que es el cliente, que es el centro. A veces la tecnología no es el fin, es un medio para llegar a esas experiencias. Luego, a través de la evolución o la forma como yo actúo, la clave es también ofrecerles las diferentes opciones al cliente para que él pueda sentir esa experiencia. Sí hay un cambio generacional, hay un cambio de usos, pero eso siempre ha existido. Lo que hoy tenemos es una aceleración por todos esos movimientos, pero también no hay que perder de vista el negocio. Todo lo que hacemos sí tiene que estar formado en el cliente, pero también la rentabilidad y que sea sustentable para las organizaciones, ya que al final todo esto nos lleva a que el cliente puede manifestar diferentes expresiones, pero a través de lo que nosotros le podemos ofrecer.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Oscar. So we move to our last round table And they had very heated discussions here because for some reason people were afraid of this table. We don't know why. So yes, Marcos, Vinicius, and Marilyn and Joseph will be talking about the regulatory. So how can policy foster innovation? So you're the spokesperson, I guess. So I will try to follow with my scribbles.
Thank you, Aimee. I think the answer of the room is clear. How can policy foster innovation? Not at all. Otherwise, you would have joined this table. Nevertheless, I can definitely pinpoint one key success. This is the only table where you will have gender equality, because a lady, very distinguished, which already gave you some interesting insights this morning, and a very competent representative of the Brazilian Securities and Exchange Commission, which will also be part of the speakers this afternoon, joined the table. So now, joke aside, that's definitely a question which pops up everywhere you go, and not only in this field, but nowadays in every human activity where there is a need for policy, there is a need for regulation. In the financial environment, I think it's something which is really exacerbated for the time being. You will find on each and every topic need for giving clear-cut regulations, guidance, policies. Can this definitely foster innovation? We would say, yes, it can. How and why? Let's look into the sequence. What's coming first always? It's an initiative. It's a willingness. It's a strive which is popping out of the commercials, of the inventors, of the tech guys nowadays who think about introducing a new way of offering a service, a new way of having an ancillary part of the activity organized. It gets more and more public, and at one moment there is a need for the regulator to intervene. What we also see on the other side of the coin, it's the multiplicity, it's the various aspects or typology of regulators who enter the scene. And coming from the European Union, I can tell you, we won the first prize. We are overwhelmed by initiatives because we have a kind of pollution by probably too much regulators. If you have in a particular jurisdiction a clear-cut structure where you have one regulator active in the field of securities, it will follow the lines of or it will get inspired by the International Monetary Fund, by the Basel Committee, by some trendsetters. Or when we address now money laundering, it will get inspired by FATF. When you look what's happening in the European Union, you have such a big variety of trendsetters that it can get difficult to follow a clear trend. And that's definitely an issue for the industry, for the incumbent actors. I am an incumbent actor. For the new actors like Mambu, I had to, Mambu, they are definitely a new actor, but going for new technology. And also for all the regulators to have the clear view. So if we want to sometimes try to foster innovation, having policy in mind, we should all be aware that sometimes less is more, less is better. This must also be something we communicate in all the groups where we are participating, but it's a downside from our modern societies, at least in Europe. We want to settle every question up to the ultimate detail. And you can try to settle an issue up to the ultimate detail as of today, 2019. But believe me, in a particular field in 2022, you will need to revise it because the scenarios have changed. So that's, on the other side, something which gives difficulties. Now, Joanne asked the question, yeah, but we would be happy, so the new actors, the incumbents would be happy if they would get more support from the regulators in some particular scenarios. For instance, cybersecurity. I can just tell you that in my jurisdiction, we have all the banks, all the various actors from the financial industry have the legal regulatory duty to communicate each and every breach, so cybersecurity breach, to the banking to the regulator and to the state prosecutor. And we are gathering monthly, so the regulators, the state prosecutors, and also the representative of the industry in order to get rid of the issue, because it is an issue which is always changing, as the cyber criminals are also clever guys, and they change the way they are attacking our systems. So that's what we made out of it. So the question once again, should all the regulators do the same? It's not on my side to tell that, but it's something learning by doing, and if we can demonstrate that this helps to cope with the issue, why not following that? KYC, I know KYC is one of these topics where it was at the very beginning, it was a good idea, and it's still absolutely necessary to have a KYC and safe and solid KYC environment. But slowly but surely, the policy makers put too much burden on one particular type of actor, namely the banks. Banks should be the guys who know best all and every prospects. Banks should be the guys who know all and everything about the tax patterns of their customers. Banks should be the guys who have the best knowledge about the protections they deserve. Banks should be the guys who best know what are the skills and the knowledge of the customers investing in securities. Yes, we can, but it gets very complicated. And this is now why we stand up, and maybe we will have some opposition now, Marilyn and myself. We say, we ask, we request for a level playing field. You are a new actor, you are a new RegTech. Nice to join the scene. Nice to join this fancy story, but you will have to play along the same rules as I am. Thank you. You agree or you disagree?
No, I agree with everything. That's great.
My opinions here, not necessarily will be the same opinion of the CVM's board, but I also agree.
Thank you very much, Joseph, and the group for the very comprehensive walkthrough of how we should be approaching this. Very important. In this table, we have gender diversity, let's say. Exactly, yes, exactly. But I see it around in the different round tables. We have interesting mix from genders, backgrounds, nationalities, of course, but also a professional background as well, no? Like as we saw on that table especially. So, so is the question a clear-cut regulation that can foster innovation? Should it be a private initiative? Should the industry be more talkative with their regulator? Is the multiplicity on regulation helping to solve the issue? For example, the EU is the champ as Joseph was saying on just regulating for the sake of everything, let's say, and be champions on that, you know, vis-a-vis other latitudes and regions. Is that the right way forward? What is the right way forward? There's a variety of trendsetters to follow as well. Should it be that we just foster innovation, having regulation in mind? Less is more, having that in mind. So, for example, like again on the EU, as like it was Joseph that was presenting, and he has like great knowledge on this jurisdiction. The EU likes to settle each very detail of everything. Then when finally the act is approved and comes into place, then it has to change again because things in the meantime have evolved and circumstances have changed. So then also like institutions there have the legal regulatory duty to communicate on regulatory breach and fraud in these things. So basically it's like an evolving and moving target. This is how we should be looking at. Should regulators all do the same? What is the right approach? Slowly but surely, banks continue to be like holding the biggest burden of having to know about everything and at the same time regulated about everything. Compliance, knowledge, you name it. Finally, like what we should be looking at is the level playing field in which same risks, same rules apply. So I hope I have, in a very huge nutshell, covered like all your comments. So if you want to add to this chart, you can. So very good. We are way over time, half an hour. Yes. So we have no, I'm not kidding. So maybe we can go for lunch. It's a sit-down lunch, I have to say, so it won't be possible to do it too fast. But could we perhaps allocate 45 minutes for lunch? Would the group agree to do that? To be able to catch up a bit with the afternoon, that we will have two very interesting presentations and also a very interesting deep dive panel on digital onboarding and authentication that to allow them enough time to be able to also have their say there. So it is now 1:30. If we could be back here in the room at 1:10 and latest 2:10 and latest 2:13, that will be fantastic. We will try to really keep with this time because otherwise we won't be able to go through the different things we have there in the afternoon, as we also have Bradesco that has kindly invited us for a study visit that we have to get there also on time. So thank you very much, and please, the lunch will be coming out of the room to the left at the end. So there are the tables and everything is there. So see you back soon and see you at lunch.
Saudade macura que cura Alô, ei, ei. Alô, ei, som. Beleza?
També canté. Però molt mala pinta. ¿Sabes qué pasa? Que esta toda la semana fuera y tengo... Sí.
Some planning and logistics happening as we sit here. Just one more minute.
Fa poc. No t'havia vist mai. No, jo tampoc, No. Saps que no m'havia pujat. Havia sentit bé, vull dir...
Okay, welcome again for the afternoon session. We will start the afternoon with two presentations, one coming from CaixaBank, from Javier Mas, and on how to transform customer experience. And then further on, it will be followed by Paulo Bizacot, who is IT Governance Superintendent at Banco Original. Javier Mas is joining us via video conference. This is why we have been spending a bit of more time on the logistics. Javier will present for about 15 minutes, and then we will have a short round of questions of about 5 minutes. Then we will pass on to the presentation of Paulo, and in the same kind of matter, to further on move to the deep dive session and panel at the end of the afternoon, and go in further detail in that theme. Perhaps I will ask Xavier to say a few words about him before he starts his presentation, and also Paulo. That will be useful. And just an announcement, we plan to leave from here for the study visit to Bradesco at 4:10 minutes, okay? So let's really try to make this possible to be able to get there around before 5, basically, because with traffic jam at that time is going to be not going to be any before. So then also we need to do a group picture of all of us here. So not to forget to do that. So then like when the panel is finished, or maybe after Paulo's presentation, we can all gather here and make the picture so we don't forget about that. And then we frame this magical moment that we have lived here in a picture. Without further ado, I give the floor to Xavier Mas from CaixaBank and for his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. This is Javier Mas. I am the CMO of CaixaBank Group, and I will explain you a little bit what we are doing in order to improve the customer experience. As I noticed that most of you are Latino American, if you agree, I think it would be better if I do the presentation in Spanish in order to put more emphasis and can discuss, because only through the phone it's quite difficult. Then, if you agree, I will do it in Spanish. ¿De acuerdo? Si no me decís lo contrario, alguien de la organización, lo hacemos en castellano, que creo que será...
Un momento, Xavier.
Podemos poner más énfasis. Os voy a explicar
Ok,
un
dar
poco
que en este
la línea
caso,
¿qué hacemos
Javier,
para mejorar
Xavier.
la experiencia del usuario? Pasamos
¿no?
la slide. Next.
Sí.
Hoy en día ya
Entonces vamos a darle la oportunidad. So then basically like people that will need headsets, this is the moment to go to the reception desk to look for them. So then to facilitate the understanding. So then can you tell me, so then like we can quickly look for them for you, who needs headsets as the presentation is going to take place in Spanish? Anybody needs headset in Spanish, for Spanish? Everybody's okay with Spanish? Yeah? So we move on in Spanish? Okay, so back to square one. So it's English. A lot of dynamism happening here and changes, let's say, from A to Z. Okay, so then I will give the floor to Xavier Mas. So he already starts the presentation in English. Okay, it'll be in a few moments. We will start this presentation. I promise, it will start. Great. So we will have the presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Inconvenience. I will do finally the presentation in English. Okay, and I will try to explain you what we are doing, what lines and initiatives in order to improve the customer experience. Next slide. The first one, I would like to make a consideration is that we see the trends in terms of banking channels. Clearly, there is an increase in the number of digital transactions, as you are seeing in the slide. Today, currently, digital and ATM transactions represent more than 90% of total transactions. That means that our customer goes every day less and less to the branches. And what does it mean? If the trend is go to the digital, what can we do in order to differentiate ourselves from our competitors? This is the question. No? And the answer is, next slide please. The answer is that we don't want customers anymore. I hope you are surprised now. But of course, I'm not crazy, I promise. So, next slide, please. because we don't want customers because we need fans. We want fans. This is the best way to retain customers. Next slide, please. And that means, let me highlight a really interesting data. This is not my opinion. It's according to an article published by Harvard University. Emotionally connected customers are 35% more valuable than highly satisfied customers. Not the average customer, than a highly satisfied customers. This is quite clear. If you want to have fans, you have to build an emotional connection with your customers. And this is what we are trying to do in CaixaBank. Next slide, please. And the question, of course, is how do we convert customers into fans? We know they are more valuable. Okay. Then the key is, what can we do? And the answer usually is not in our sectors. We are looking other sectors, and usually fast-moving consumer goods or even other retailers, and they are one step forward than the banking system. We are looking Apple, Google, Amazon, Samsung, Nike, etc. Next slide, please. What we are doing then, first, focus on segmentation and focus on the customer trends and needs. And for that reasons, next slide, please. We are working in a rebuild from zero all of our branch strategy. Here, it's supposed to be a video about our new branches, but there have been some technical problems, but I will try to explain to you. Next slide, please. And first of all, we have to understand a big difference. All in our lives, we have to differentiate in our everyday things to do two categories. The things I have to do versus the things that I want to do. It is too simple, but it's really, really important. Why? Because the things I have to do, of course, consumers will go for efficiency. It means that use online channels, digital channels will be the way. But in the case of the things I want to do, the customer will invest more time and will look for an experience. That means for both the things I want to do or the things that are important to me. In these cases, offline channels will be more used. Next slide, please. And we have here two examples that other sectors, what are they doing? The first one is the Apple. Apple, do you think that today Apple needs branches to sell their products? When an iPhone, the last iPhone, is very well known for everywhere, they could sell all only through the digital channels or through other retailers. But Apple decided to open a big stores in the best corners of the biggest cities of the world. And the reason is because they know that they don't want to sell products. They want to create an experience with the product. This is the difference. Next slide, please. Another example we have very close is Nespresso. Most of you will remember that when you went to the supermarket and buy the coffee in a box, no, and pay $1 or less. Today, for buying coffee, you go to a luxury shop. There is a welcoming that opens the door when you come in. You can try the latest innovations in coffee. you buy the coffee in a very well packaging. At the end of the day, you are paying 5 or 6 times for the same coffee than when you used to pay in the supermarket. But you went at home with a big smile because you are really enjoying it. It's another example of how the experience could change the way you buy and could change the enhancing and the connection with a brand. Next slide, please. And here it should be a black slide, I think. There is a video, and I will try to explain you what we are doing is the same as Apple or the same as Nespresso, creating a completely new experience in our shops. We create a physical branch that we have already today 300, and we expected to have 600 at the end of the strategic plan, where the experience is more likely as a shop than as a branch. Which are the difference? First, transparency. We create a very transparent, completely transparent branch. Second, timetable. You can go to the branch from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The same timetable than the retailers, because we know customers today are very stressed, they have no time. So we adapt our time to the ones that our customers. Third, we create a very comfortable atmosphere inside the store or branch. That means we put sofas, round tables. You feel like I'm in a Starbucks or in the hall of a hotel. Never like a traditional bank branch. And other change is that we provide our employees a tablet where can attend the customers wherever in the branch. That means you can choose, depending on the customer, to serve him in a sofa, in round table, or in more private offices, depending both in the customers and in the products. Next slide, please. At the end of the day, are the results who are supporting this new model. It's supposed to have a slide here that you can see the results, the new store branches, that you can see a picture behind the data, are more productive. The commercial pace is higher. The ATM adoption ratio is very, very high. We completely eliminate the coins and the physical money in these branches, as you can see in the above line. Okay, next slide, please. This should be for the physical channel. But we realize if we want to improve the customer experience, there is a segment that rarely goes to the branches, but they are highly profitable for us. That means usually affluent people, businessmen, dentists, this type of customers that they have even no time during the day to go to the branch, but they need financial services a lot. So we create a unique model, what we call in touch, that this is a physical employee, but we have this physical employee with names and surnames, always the same, attending to a database of customers, but attending these customers in a distance. That means through video conference, calls, whatever the customer needs, but always the same employee. we are working always to build confidence and trust. And we wanted to provide a digital and a distant service, but we strongly believe on what we call human technology, but human. And that means that employees that we put in a digital branch, but you can always talk not with a machine, but with a Javier Mas or the name of your employee, but always the same. This is the critical point. Next slide. This is the idea of what we call a virtual advisor, as you can see in the slide. The key, again, I will repeat it. You are talking always with the same person, okay? At that point, that he knows you and your needs, as well as if he will be at a branch. Next slide, please. Well, here it's supposed to be a video. I'm sorry for the inconvenience of the technology. And next slide. At the end of the day, the results is that these virtual advisors are attending 2.5 times more customers per employee than a regular branch. Because, of course, we don't have the everyday transactionality, stops, problems. They are much more efficient. I'm you to analyze if you have this type of segments, I'm sure you have, and probably you can start providing this service. We start with a pilot in one territory, one physical area, and the results were too high. Then today we have extended to all of the Spanish territory. Next slide, please. We have seen the store transformation. We have seen the in-touch or virtual advisory program. And the third initiative I want to share with you is that although all of we have talked till now, we know that there is a segment that it is the millennials or Z generations, means the youngest, that no matter what you do, but they don't want to go to the branch anymore because they haven't gone never and they are not disposed to go to the branch. And for that segment, we create 2 years ago a new division of the bank, completely physically and branding separate from the CaixaBank or the model, which is we put the name Imagine Bank for them. And we start from zero, creating a new app, creating a completely mobile-only experience to that segment. Next slide, please. Because we know that for that segment, if it's not on mobile, it doesn't exist. They was born with a mobile in the hand, casi, and we realized we have to give to them a mobile-only bank proposal. And this is what we have created. Next slide, please. So, at the beginning of 2016, we created the first mobile-only bank in Spain, Imagine Bank. Here, there are no branches. Here, there are no employees attending the customer, a completely different model than what we have seen previously, where the only interaction channel is through the mobile app. Okay? If you have seen 3 different models to fit the customer needs, to fit the different needs that different segments have. Okay? Next slide, please. bank has 5 principles that follow the main insight what we got from Millennium Target. First, as simple as you can imagine. Simplicity was the main insight. Not many products, but the ones that this generation wants. Easy to use and understand. Second, no fees for basic services. In other words, account and card are free. Third, all customers are equal. It means all customers have the same services and fees. This is such a difference from a traditional banking that you give different services and prices depending on the customer. Fourth, we can help you to achieve your financial goals with personal and financial tools. We are developing different tools to help people, small loans, small insurance for mobile phones, different type of products that fits really what this target needs. And the last principle, the fifth, you are always protected. Security is a must. Although we are talking about millennials, we know we are a bank, so we cover all potential frauds with the cards and with the accounts. And we use the branding of CaixaBank as a security guarantee. So, next please. And this is why. So, we developed a completely new app, original app for mobiles, with a focus on customer experience. A non-text approach. You cannot see the slide, but you can imagine. A really simple app like Spotify, like WhatsApp, really, really simple. I ask you to download the app in order to see how it works. The project has been very successful. We have today 1 million new members. Next slide, please. The average age is 23, and customers engage every 3 days with the bank as an average. We also proud about the mark app has in the Apple and Android stores with 4.6 stars. Imagine Bank app is one of the top financial apps rated by the customers, aligned with the best fintech solutions. That means when you do something that fits to the consumer needs, you will really succeed. But we wanted to go a step forward, even though what we call a phygital. Imagine Bank, as I told you a few minutes ago, doesn't have branches. But if we wanted to create really engagement with the target, we wanted the target emotionally connected with us, we needed to do something else, something more. And we start working an initiative that finally we decided to create what we call Imagine Café. This is a 1,200 square meters space just in the center of Barcelona. Next slide, please. But we create a cafe, a space to do TED Talks, and a space to concert, space to talk about entrepreneurship. Even there is a room for gaming. There are many rooms that you can ask for them and want to work on that. And it is working very well. We are recording all of the events that happens in the Imagine Café and put it to the social networks in streaming. That's another key point of this idea. And next slide, please. I think it's a black. And next slide, please. Finally, as I told you at the beginning, we don't want customers, we want fans. And if we want funds, we have to understand we have to do first a good segmentation of our database, customer database, and second, study really well which are the insights, what do they really need, even more or further more than a financial services, and then create an experience, unique experience, and the most differentiate from other competitors you can, in order to create this an emotional connection. And we strongly believe in CaixaBank we are doing it, or at least we are trying, but the market share evolution give us the reason that we think we are in the good way, and this is the key of the success. And with this with this meaning, next slide, I would like to thank you for your attention. I know it's difficult only by phone. I hope that the message will give you arrive to you well, and I am open if you have any questions in order to ask me.
Thank you very much, Javier. A very interesting perspective on how to create customer engagement and centricity, and how to approach the customers, which channels to use to get to the customer, and also get them in their lifestyle, let's say, when talking about digital natives, for example. As we have, we're way beyond time, I would like to propose to take 2 questions from the floor, and then we can move on to the presentation of Paulo from Banco Original. Please, if there are any questions on the floor? Perhaps already we can ask you, Javier, are you listening? Yeah. He's listening? Yes? Okay, perfect. So, what is your experience gain regarding mobile-only solutions? So then with the Imagine Bank, what's the take-up from the digital natives, that is the one that the target, let's say, customers for this bank, but what is your experience with it? So maybe you can start answering to that questions and see if there's one more question from the floor, and then voila. So maybe there's another question from the floor in the meantime? Yes, okay, perfect. So Diego also has a question. So then we take the question from Diego and the question from Oscar, and then you can answer to them. Okay, so please go ahead, Diego.
Vale, no, la pregunta es la siguiente. Pues hoy está claro que hay una apuesta porque la experiencia del cliente sea una experiencia homogénea, en la forma diversa que interactúa con el banco en los diferentes canales. Pero es posible que en esta segmentación se presenten mezclas de segmentos yendo a los diferentes canales. ¿Eso cómo lo han manejado?
Maybe we also take the question from Oscar, and then Xavier can respond to both of them at the same time. So please.
Bueno. ¿Sí? Bueno. Hola, hoy sí.
Ahora sí, sí.
Perfecto. Un gusto, Javier. Mi nombre es Oscar Ruano, soy de Fede Crédito de El Salvador. Veo la parte de negocios, la parte de marketing y un poco la parte de BI. Solo comentarte cuál es qué es lo que más valorizan. Yo sé que es el tema de la experiencia, el tema de pasar de que no sean clientes, sino que sean fans. Pero en la parte digital, ¿qué es lo que más valorizan estos clientes? Si es la parte rapidez, la parte de diseño, la parte de post-atención, o lo que es la parte de todo lo que involucra la experiencia al entrar y solicitar la parte de todos los servicios.
Okay, muchas gracias, Oscar. So maybe Xavier can, they are at the moment transferring these questions to him because we had a little bit of a mismatch in logistics for this, as you have noticed. So he is now transferring the questions to Xavier, and he will be able to answer them for us today. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, regarding the first question, I should say that we always give the opportunity to the customers choose wherever they like to be attended. That means for the virtual advisor or in touch project, we offer this possibility to our customers. This is not an obligation. So we do what we name it an onboarding process, but always it's an option. We offer this possibility, and we tell exactly the characteristics of the new services. That means we can assign a new employee just for you. You can call him to WhatsApp, or phone, video, whatever, whenever you need. Of course, there are some timetables always, but always is an option. For the same for the Imagine Bank project. This is not an obligation to a millennial to be in the Imagine Bank. They can decide to remain in CaixaBank and not Imagine Bank. But our experience is that when we offer a possibility of service that fits more the consumer needs or the consumer style of life behavior, usually at the end of the day, the evaluate of the service is much higher. This is related for the first question. And related for the second, about what they are looking for in terms of digitalizations, I should say our customers, what they need it's different. For the millennials, as I told you, they want a simple offer, as simple as possible, but very easy to deal with, the same than when you use WhatsApp or Messenger, Facebook, or Spotify. So we are blocking the introduction of new products a lot because we provide basic services. On the other hand, for the customers with more financial needs, of course, what we do is if a significantly number of customers need for a new services in terms of CaixaBank online, we want to introduce them to can do the operations, of course, in the less time possible. Okay, that should say.
Very good. Thank you very much, Xavier, for making yourself available for us. Even though you have just arrived from a business trip from Israel, he went straight from the airport to be virtually with us, accompany us, and tell us the great things they're doing at CaixaBank. So thank you very much, Javier, for that. We will pass the floor already to Paulo Bisacot from Banco Original. He is IT Governance Superintendent. So please, Paulo, come join us in the podium for your presentation. I would request you to be strict with time so we can try to cope with the rest of the planning for the afternoon. And then we will have also a few questions, so then we move on to our panel. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself before.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Paulo Bissacô from Banco Original, and I'm going to tell you about how to create customer engagement and centricity. First, let's talk about a little about Banco Original. We have two main business units, the retail bank and the wholesale bank. The wholesale bank, to serve clients by offering solutions in products and financial services. Our main products, loans, purchase of receivables, local and international guarantees, trade finance, FX and derivatives, structured deals, investment banking. Our clients, corporate clients, agribusiness clients, cattle, farming, and agriculture. About our retail bank, we are totally digital, except about our sites, lounges. We have one lounge at Faria Lima Avenue, and we will open two new sites, one at Campinas and other at Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais. Então, we're so proud to say we are the first bank in Brazil to have a 100 digital account opening process. We have Cashback Original, unique rewards program for debit and credit cards, withdrawals in dollars and euros from our ATMs, and we have Bot Original, 24/7 client virtual support via Facebook and Instagram with information about the bank as well as client's account balance and statements. At retail bank, we have three pillars: relationship with customers, win-win deal, user experience, agile and friendly banking, and we pretend be seamless bank, interact with the client's life, our customers. Strategic objects: customer-centric, customer information, 360 view, agility, respond quickly to new products, offerings, and legal requirements, operational efficiency, high level of process automation, minimal back-office intervention, flexibility, rich business requirements with reduced development and testing, autonomy of product areas, parameterization of products with low dependence on IT, scalability, architecture ready for the growth of the demand, low impact in systems. And our online account opening flow. We have only 5 steps. The client submit proposal via mobile, and then there are a digital evaluation process. Step 3, know your customer and anti-money laundering, final reviews. Step 4, credit and formalization desks, and finally, account opening. About our digital bank clients evolution. In December 16, we had 232,000 accounts, and now, until the end of this month, we will have 790,000 accounts. And we are working hard to reach the goal of 2.5 million accounts later this year. Highlights so far, over 8 million downloads of the app Seja Original, an average of 20,000 new clients per month. 80% of our clients use the mobile platform. 85% of users are Android-based, and our Watson-based chatbot retain over 60% of users. Okay, about Open Bank. We are pioneer Open API initiative in Brazilian financial services market that enable Original to concentrate its efforts in all its primary service. We have a universe of registered users named Original Devs to develop API-based interface, offering better features and best products to our customers. But Original on Instagram stories. We used to check balance via Instagram. Then the customer taps and slices the screen up, and the client reaches the authentication screen. The customer enter its credentials and password, and then balance is played. We have a bot on Facebook Messenger too. This works the same way, except the client receives a link to a credential screen, and then we have your information. Okay, about customer centricity. Putting customer centricity at the core of your business requires 7 steps or initiatives. Visible customer-focused leadership, understanding your customer, design the experience, empower the frontline, metrics that matter, engage the back office, feedback drives continuous improvement. Let's see. Visible customer focused leadership. The leadership, the highest level of organization, must be committed to the customer focus, and this should be clear to everyone. Understand your customer. You need to know every detail of your customer, and especially what are the problems he faces. What does he need? Not only what he wants. Step 3, design the experience. Understand the customer journey in the use of his product or service is fundamental. You have to know of every pain your customer endures on this journey. Empower the front line. People at the front line of customer service should be empowered to solve the problems reported by customers. The escalation of the matter without the immediate solution brings frustration to the customer. Metrics that matter. You need an accurate and complete analytical metric system about your customers. CRM database, tools for analytics, artificial intelligence, etc. But that will not be enough if you do not understand what these numbers are telling you. Engage the back office. The whole organization must be customer focused. Support functions such as procurement, IT, HR, and finance must identify in their own process what the impacts are for the customer. Seven, feedback drives continuous improvements. Nowadays, social media dominates the way people communicate and is one of the main channels used by customers to support or complain about a brand or product. You have to be alert and ready to respond to this demand. But not just having a chatbot to give simple answers. You need to train and curate your artificial intelligence system to effectively serve the client. When the answer is not decisive to solve the problem, it is necessary that human care come on the scene immediately. A little about customer engagement. The time spent watching traditional TV has declined year by year, and especially at the age under 35 years. People don't watch TV anymore. On the other hand, global digital ad spend has increasingly, hugely, with Facebook and Google the great players on this scenario, with Amazon as an entrant. Marketing executives believe these six channels will be the most valuable in driving customer engagement. Mobile, video, search, web, social, and email will decrease. Now, I would like to share you a message of Uri Levin's Waze co-founder. If you have fall in love with the problem, not the solution. Okay? Fall in love with the problem, not the solution. We have a video.
Nem todas as grandes transformações do mundo tinham o dinheiro como objetivo. Mas ele sempre esteve lá, fazendo parte de cada momento da história, dando asas aos sonhos, revolucionando e dando forma a ideias originais. É por isso que aqui no Banco Original, nossa principal missão é revolucionar o jeito com que você se relaciona com o dinheiro. Sem agências e sem filas. Assim você tem mais tempo para fazer o que quiser. E já nascemos 100% digital, com uma área de pesquisa no Vale do Silício para trazer o que há de mais novo no mundo em segurança e praticidade. Tão próximos quanto um clique de distância. E com um time preparado para te atender sempre que precisar. Somos um banco do seu jeito, que fala a sua língua com ética e transparência. Que acredita que não é o dinheiro que move o mundo, é o que você faz de original com o seu dinheiro que tem o poder de transformar as coisas. Banco Original. Você é original. Esse banco é seu.
Thank you so much.
Please stay in the podium so you can answer. Well, we are very way on out of time, and then we will also have the opportunity to learn more about Banco Original in the deep dive session. But perhaps one question we can take from the floor. Maybe Leonardo from Oracle can. Yes. So then if you can answer this question, and then we can further look deeper, if you don't mind, at the panel together with Felipe. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. You mentioned a very interesting concept that I hadn't heard of, which is engaging the back office into the customer centricity and the approach that you have with the customer. Can you give some concrete examples of maybe how Banco Original or one of your clients is doing that, putting that into practice?
Posso responder em português?
Sure. Well.
Okay, I will try in English.
Yes, I truly apologize for this, and thank you very much for your effort. Really,
okay.
Highly appreciate it.
Me myself, I'm the guy of IT governance, and I'm here talking about customer centricity. At the Banco Original, all of us are engaged with the customer centricity and customer engaged. At all of my process at IT governance, I'm searching for Agile. Agile is an objective of all the organization. We have 20 squads running at this moment. And we will increase this number with more 20 squads in the next months. We are starting a program that will approximate the bank with startups and fintechs, and this is starting soon. Okay?
Very good. Thank you very much, Paulo. Thank you very much. If people can accompany me.
Thank you.
Thank you for the delivery of the presentation. Perhaps the panel can already join here in the couches, so we can start already. And for the panel, we will have about 45 minutes. We will try to have an extra 5 minutes of discussion, but we have this study visit organized that that is going to be interesting for people to participate. So then, if we still want to meet that, it will have to be like this. So please already join the couches while our colleagues are sitting down. I can already say that now we will start the deep dive session on digital onboarding and authentication. And the angle that the panelists are going to be taking is reaping new opportunities of digital identity, exploring, for example, eKYC, biometrics, to enable better customer engagement while ensuring a regulatory enabling environment and security. Flavio Pereira, that we saw this morning, will be the moderator from Nuveo.
And then joining the panel, we will have Joseph Delay from Senior Vice President and Head of Legal at BCE, State Savings Banks of Luxembourg. Then we have Marcos Vinicius de Caraballo, Center for the Prevention of Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing of the General Superintendents at the Brazilian Securities Exchange Commission, and Paulo Felipe Oliveira Antonio, Architecture Superintendent at Banco Original. So he will deepen what Paulo has just presented to us. So please.
So let's go, guys. Thank you. Please take a seat. So good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. Oh, sorry. Thank you. And thank you all for coming and staying with us until now. We have this panel here to talk about electronic onboarding, and we have 3 specialists in this team, which is amazing, you know. Anyone has its expertise, and we'll be able to talk more about. You know, so Paulo, can you introduce yourself, please, a little bit?
Okay.
And talk about Banco Original.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity. It's very nice to be here with you. I apologize, my English is a little bit rusty, as I hope you can understand me, so let me know if you have any problem, especially the people doing the translation. I can try it again. So basically, I am Paulo Felipe. I am responsible for architecture at Banco Original. So I am the guy responsible for answering the questions about the cloud we talked earlier. So it's a long conversation on cloud, right? So I am the guy that gets this kind of question inside of the bank. And the cloud is not the point. There are other issues that are moving the bank forward. And I have been with Original for 4 years. I started in 2015. And prior to that, I was at Banco Itaú. It was my first job. I spent 20 years at Banco Itaú. And when I decided to leave Itaú, it's not that I don't believe that I'm going to be successful at this transformation. It's that I believe that they are going to do it on a slower pace than I would like to do. So we are talking a lot about the legacy. I don't think it's about the legacy. I think that these companies have been dealing with legacy systems for 30 years very successfully. And I think that technically they know how to build APIs. They know how to change it technically. But that's not the point. The point is that we are living in a very different business environment. That's the point. And that requires a totally different mindset that they are going to change inside of the company. It's not a technical challenge. So I started looking for new opportunities that we could do it very fastly. So Original was this kind of opportunity. I think it was one in a lifetime opportunity for me because it was building a full bank from scratch. It was a blank page for us 4 or 5 years ago. And for a technical guy like me with a technical background, it's just a dream. You don't have to deal with the legacy. There is this joke that God made the world in 7 days because he didn't have to deal with the legacy, right? So starting with a blank page was excellent for us. And that's what brought me to Original. And I believe that the first 2 years were completely insane. I think it was the most intense years in my career. And I am deeply happy that I have been through this experience because it was a good opportunity to do a lot of things we did make it at the a bigger company like Itaú. So there are lots of lessons learned in this journey. So I hope I can share some of the things with you today.
Great. Thank you, Paulo. Marcos, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcos Vinicius de Carvalho, and I work at CVM since the last 23 years, since 1995. Yes, I used to have hair one day. It was a long time ago. And Now I am working at the Anti-Money Laundering Center, and I also represent CVM at the Council of COAF, our Financial Intelligence Unit. Maybe we are going to have more questions than answers, and my target here is to share with you our experience in this situation of the money laundering, and it's not the end of the problem. As I say to you, there is one point that it's very important. How to destroy and finish the money laundering in the banking sector? It's easy. Let's destroy the banks. And this is not the right answer. We need to survive. And when the cost is higher than all the profits, we are going to have a problem. So we need to do a lot of homework, but the cost will be low. This is our target. Well, we'll talk a lot of the new technologies under the anti-money laundering jobs. And I hope to extend your perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. And Joseph?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Flavio. So, dear friends, my name is Joseph Delay. I'm the head legal of the State and Savings Bank Luxembourg, which at the end is the main retail banking actor in Luxembourg. Nevertheless, we are also active in the field of wholesale banking. We are one of the founding members of this WSBI, which nowadays counts something like 100 members. And my involvement with ESBG, European Savings Bank Group, with WSBI, World Savings Bank Institute, goes back to something like 30 years now. 30 years active in all the successive legal matters which popped up during those 3 decades, and where I would say today most of them are and stay interlinked. So when I hear my fellow neighbor here, Marcus, addressing the issue of money laundering, yes, it is part of the issue. It is something which needs to be coped. Otherwise, you could end up in a quite tricky position. So we are not here to spam now messages which are built on fear. No, we want to go a step further. It was about the famous roundtable discussion we had before lunch. So policy as a driver for progress in financial matters, yes, and we will try, at least I think for my part, I will try to demonstrate it in the next minutes also.
Thank you, Joseph. And Marcus, we had the opportunity to talk the beginning of the week, you know. Is CVM trying to create or to come up with new studies and technologies to create easier ways for banks and the market to perform the electronic know your customer and to know more, you know, about of how to gather all this data nowadays that are dispersed and concentrate in one database or in one place to be easier to perform this KYC, you know?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. First, the disclaimer, my personal opinions here not necessarily will the same of the opinions of my board. Okay, if we are try to summarize the most important pillars under the anti-money laundering routines, I would like to say first the identification. Second, you have to collect all the customer registration, a lot of information, and then the customer due diligence. You have to check the veracity of the information you have collected before, and then in a risk-based approach, try to collect more information on a risk basis. And finally, try, I repeat, try to identify the beneficial owner of this customer. Okay. One of the most important part of the second pillar, the customer registration, is that you have to work with a lot of information. You have to access not documents, but a lot of information, and it is, of course, one of the most part of the cost of this process. One of the idea with the CVM, I say to you, it's not Brazilian supervisors thinking like this, but all supervisors in the world, how to reduce this cost in order to give a little bit more comfort for the institutions. So since the beginning of this year, we have agreement, technical cooperation agreement with an institution specialized expert in technology to evaluate the risks of having a centralized point with all the information you need about the investors. And I don't know how long time it will spend, but this is an analysis to understand all the vulnerabilities of this process. We really agree that the progress is necessary, and this is not the future, this is the present. The question is not what, the question is how to do it. So we really believe that in the end of this study, will be a little bit more, we will have solid results in order to build it as soon as possible. But this is not the end of the race. As I said to you before, with this information, you have to analyze under the risk-based approach, the benefit and costs to collect more information. And more than this, try to identify the beneficial owner.
Perfect. And do our laws allow the environment to create this unique database, or do we need to, change the laws too? For instance, I opened my account in Estonia. I was talking to Joseph in like 2 hours, not being a citizen, like with only my passport. So the world is walking towards this unique database environment. Does the Central Bank of Brazil or CVM allow that already, or do we need to change the laws?
Nowadays, we feel that it's important to understand that the paper is very important, but you have other ways to get the information. Okay, I will not say to you, looking to CVM rules, if you are going to do this way or that way. The responsibility is yours. If you try to find this information in a kind of alternative system, please do it. But you have to evaluate your risks. If something is wrong, you will be the guilty, not investor. Of course, when we are talking about accessing information in other countries, you have to understand the jurisdiction and, of course, the laws under this jurisdiction. And as I said to you before, it will not end your requirement. You have the information, and sometimes, once again, under a risk-based approach, you must check the information, the veracity in independent sources. And more than this, in the situation where it's applicable, you have to identify your beneficial owner of this client. So in my point of view, this won't be the problem. The question is, are you comfortable with this information? You will have the answer, not the supervisor.
Perfect. And Paulo, being one of the first digital banks in the world, it's like you guys actually open a new market, okay? You told me at the beginning of the week that you changed the way you were doing KYC. So I think that this explains a lot what Marcos is talking about. So can you tell us the story of Original Bank and how you evolved to be the best UX that we have right now in the market, please?
So, okay. So when it started back in 2014, 15, we start with a very long and complex process for the customer. Our first version was kind of cumbersome for the customer. It was a 30-step process in terms of screens. So 2 weeks we had to change that. The customer didn't want to go through this kind of painful process. So the good thing is that we were looking at the whole process. The app was just the tip of the iceberg. We have built the whole process using BPM tools, business process management tools. So it was easy for us to move things around and to move activities from one place to the other. So we split the process in 2 parts. So the onboarding for the opening account became just a 11-step process. And that's the process we have right now. So basically, it's very easy for the customer at first to get to the bank, to get his information to the bank, to submit it. So he starts with providing just the basic information. We use test message to validate the cell phone. And he sends just a photo of a document, usually the driver's license that he has with him all the time. And we give him the option to use geolocation instead of sending a proof of document or proof of address document. So it's much easier for the customer to finish all the data we need to open the account. And we ask for a selfie, a video with a challenger, so he has to move his head or blink an eye. And customers nowadays are very comfortable with this kind of things. They're used to send a picture or send a video. And we allow him to set the password, and we also ask for a signature. He has to sign his name in the app, and it's an important part of the process, not today, but in the past. I can tell you the story behind the signature. So after this step that is quite simple for the customer, we start the long journey inside of the bank. That's the whole secret sauce is there, right? So it's a 24-step process in your back office that goes through document validation, and we still choose to do it for 100% of the proposals. We do have a person looking at the document and the video. We could do some of these automatically, but we still choose to do it manually, at least this part of the process. Then we go to the fraud analysis. I think that's the most important part of the QIC for the bank, because we use 20 different providers of information at this point. So
20?
20, yeah. We have learned that we are not alone. It's an ecosystem, right? Yeah. So there are lots of different providers giving us services and information that we can plug into our process. Yeah. So we gather almost 600 pieces of information that we throw into an engine to check the information of the proposal. So the first step is to look at this set of information by itself, the proposal, if it matches. And we also look at this proposal against our full database. So we check if his picture has been used in another account, his phone number has been used under another name, and this kind of match.
Okay.
And almost maybe hopefully 1 in 4 proposals gets to a manual analysis. There is some indicative. One out of 4.
Okay, 1 out of 4.
So 25%.
25%, okay.
Goes to a manual analysis. There is some indicative of fraud, but only 5% are actually a fraud. So
you do have, or you have clients that try to fraud the bank.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has, right?
Oh yeah.
It's not a perfect word. The point is that when you do it digitally, it's easier for the client, but it's also easier for the person who's trying to do something wrong. Perfect. So there's a strong process internally, and we check all this kind of information. And when there are at least some indicative, we choose to go into a deep analysis. That's why we look at 25%.
All the information.
Yes. And we tried to use out-of-the-shelf tool for the analyst. It didn't work, so we built an in-house application for the analyst. Oh, wow. So we put every information together, the documents, and all the scores we get from the analysis, and the analyst can go through this kind of information. And I think one example of customer centricity in this back office we're talking about is sometimes you have to ask for the customer to send another picture of the document. The problem is that the picture isn't a good enough quality for us. So at the beginning, we were just sending a warning in the app for him. So it was very difficult for him to understand. We send an email, but nobody reads email anymore. So there is a warning in the app, but nobody was looking. So we started using WhatsApp for reaching the customer. Yes. So we asked him to get in touch with us. That's the policy of WhatsApp. And once he reaches us, we explain the situation and we ask for another picture. He sends it through WhatsApp.
Okay.
And it's much easier for the customer. I think we are talking the language the customer wants to talk.
You do have an omni-channel approach.
Yes, that's an example of we try to get closer to the way the customer behaves. So he's not looking to the app. It doesn't matter if there's a warning in the app. He is using WhatsApp.
Yeah,
So he sends the document through WhatsApp, and most of the time it's enough for us to open the account. So
And the regulatory environment allows that?
yes, it's a completely valid document. We do some checking in the document.
Okay.
So there are a lot of specialists inside of the bank that can see a digital
Okay.
document, and they can see if it's a forged or if it's a real picture of a document.
Amazing. And Joseph, do you have the same workflow in Europe to onboard clients electronically speaking? And the regulatory environment there, it's equal in South America and North America, or what are you doing differently than us?
Thanks for that question, which allows me to jump on what Marcus was mentioning about the risk-based approach. Risk-based approach was considering since 1992, based on FATF principles, that a relation starting in a non-face-to-face environment should be considered as being high risk. Because there is not this element which is called in Latin intuitu personae. It is lacking intuitu personae. This magic moment where I can look into the brown or the blue of your eyes and making my judgment perfect and coming to the conclusion, this guy is okay, that guy is hiding me something. So that was the mindset. What did the European Commission or the European Union build on that? We built directives which are implementing the FATF principles. What happened with the fourth AML directive, 2015? It was considered that non-face-to-face business relationships would be considered as representing a high risk as far as they are not accompanied by certain safeguards as electronic signatures. So the European regulator was introducing the possibility of layering down the level of risk when there is electronic signature. Just about the question you were mentioning now, WhatsApp, valid, not valid, handwritten signature, electronic signature. So this is an add-on. What happened 2018 when we came to the fifth AML directive? A full new perspective, namely the willingness was expressed by the policymakers that each and every electronic identification scheme which is built on safe factors, which are mentioned in a very technical document which is called EIDAS, on electronic identification and trust service providers, has the same value, may have the same value as a face-to-face contact. And one principle was emphasized: the principle of technology neutrality should be taken into account in the application of the European legislation. So it's important for the industry to know that the regulator is going that path. So that's something we could capitalize on to build up now digital onboarding models. And they will now depend on the way, how far all the actors play together. The policymakers, the various actors in the field of the Justice Ministry, for instance, having a possibility to have an ID document with a chip, an ID document with a fingerprint, an ID document with all the patterns which are copied on a chip. And the example I'm quoting now is, for instance, the Norwegian example. They joined their forces. Who are they? Policymakers, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, the industry, the fintechs. And now you can definitely open a bank relationship in a totally safe manner There will always be the issues of cybercriminality. We all agree, we all, even in Norway. But at least they achieved that it can definitely be promoted. Where's the issue still in Europe? It's the cross-border aspect. But cross-border aspect should be settled by the so-called EIDAS regulation.
Great, Joseph, thanks. And it's a question for all of you guys. We know that the criminality is ever-evolving organism, living organism, you know. So you create a new technology, they went after to another technology to break this technology, and then, you know, it's ever-evolving. So do you think that we as society, the lawmakers, the policymakers, and the companies, they have the enough speed to adapt to these new environments? Because 20, 30 years ago, we had like time to adapt to these new challenges. But nowadays, you create a technology, and 1 month later, you have hackers that can break this technology, you know, and the policymakers. So what do you think about the speed of the society? So, and actually using the Bradesco example, it took me almost 2 years to implement one model, one AI model inside them, you know. So what do you think about the speed that we need to have nowadays?
So I believe that in terms of regulatory and law, they are not going to catch up with technology, and they are not supposed to. I mean, the law, the regulatory, they tell us about what you are supposed to do, not how you are supposed to do it. So getting an example of original, I think that was what was different, what was disruptive about our way of doing it, is that we were able to build a digital process and still meeting the requirements that were 13 years old from the law. Because the law just said what kind of information you are supposed to have, not the way you are supposed to get it. So we claim we were the first to offer the digital process for opening an account. And how we know that, how we are sure we were the first? That's because just 2 days after we launched the app, we got this phone call from the central bank.
Can you imagine?
So
I would ask that actually. Did you have problems?
I mean, yeah, I hope I can share this with you guys. That's okay. And no, it's okay. We can talk about that. And 2 days later, 3 days later, we got a phone call from the central bank. And basically, they politely asked us, what are you doing? I mean, it's completely different what other people are doing. You're doing it. Yeah. So there were two main concerns at the time for them. One was the signature, because the law, the 2025, the famous 2025 for us, is the regulatory law that states all the information you have to have for opening an account. It explicitly says about the signature you are supposed to have, but we do ask for the signature in the app. So the customer is supposed to write down, to sign his name in the app. We still have it. We don't need it anymore, but we still have it. So we talked to them. There's nothing saying it must be a pen and paper signature. We do have the signature. It's the same thing. And the other concern for them was something we could call the presence. You'll be with the customer during the process, but there's nothing in the law about that. So we had the technology, it was ready to do a video conversation or chat with the customer. It was not in the app, but we could put it very quickly. So we asked them, is it okay to use a video conference? And they were kind of reluctant. No, video conference is not okay. But turns out that the actual meeting we had with them was a video conference. So our legal guy asked, isn't it okay? We are doing a video conference. Isn't this a meeting?
Like we are doing this right now.
Yeah,
you know? So what's the difference between opening an account and, you know?
Exactly. There is the presence here. So they tell us, okay, we have been dealing with this issue for quite some time. Give us some time. So 2 weeks later, literally, there is another law, the 4480, that explicitly talks about the digital onboarding, digital opening account. So we are kind of proud that we're we are kind of provocative in the market, that we speed things up, but we had all these steps going to the central bank, and we were able to build the process. Even in the old law, it was okay. It was just more clear with the new requirements. So I think it's a matter of thinking outside of the box, and the law is not, it doesn't have to go pace to pace with the technology. I think technology will always be on the front.
And one thing that we noticed as a company is that whenever you have a practical example to give to the lawmakers, they will change if it makes sense. Again, last year, Bradesco went to the central bank and told, look, we have this automatic contract analysis, and we'd like to get rid of the paper. And okay, so if you get the image and put a blockchain with the image, you know, a hash of blockchain, you will go ahead. So perfect. And Marcus, what is your opinion about it?
Well, the first thing, it's obvious for everyone that we need to narrow the border between the rule makers and the market. One way to do it is every time you are thinking a new rule, you have to start a public consultation. You have to access all the suggestions and analyze them. But it should be a very big experience for everyone here if one day you have the chance to work in the government. When you are doing a new rule, sometimes you have to say, please, go this way. And then all the markets say, please, I will go this way, but don't tell me if I will go walking, by bicycle, by car, by airplane. The market's mature, and we know how to do it. But sometimes, in other situations, you say, go this way. Oh, please, by plane, by car, by bicycle. You have to ride here. So sometimes it's impossible to have all the information in a rule, and sometimes you have to work with the self-regulation on the market, saying the best practice to themselves. Another thing, once again talking about the risk-based approach, not only for anti-money laundering, but for everything, more than ever, the supervisors they really feel that's very important to the institution to have an independent compliance division. So they will be responsible to identify, analyze, and mitigate all the risks. And the risks of your institution not necessarily will be the risks of your institutions. The most important is to give evidence to the regulators, to the supervisors, the ways and how to do it. Rules, internal controls, and procedures. In my point of view, it's impossible to do a right job without an independent and good compliance area.
What do you think about Joseph?
Yeah, I think the principle of the 3 lines of defense is now something which is universally considered as being fundamental. That's, I think, that there should be no discussion about that. Secondly, now being fearing developing modern products under the risk to be attacked by criminals, I think that's not the right way to go. It's rather to build up various layers of protection, always keeping in mind the journey of the customer. So you could add layers and layers of safety and security, but at one moment it can't be, it will not be accepted anymore. Between brackets, we should nevertheless know that the younger generations, the millennials, they don't fear any constraints putting their finger on a digital recognition pad. When we were introducing that way of signing with a signing pad at the bank, there was quite discussion, how will the customers react? Overall, globally, we had positive reactions. So that's also an aspect. But you need to liaise various features of security. It's the famous, the inherent element, the knowledge element, and the possession element. And if you smartly can join them, you will make the life very difficult for the criminals, but they will try and try again.
Perfect. And we have 9 more minutes. So Yes, I am controlling the time. No worries. Anyway, Paulo, how can your institution cope with the fine line between being the right side and the wrong side of the law? Because being a technological, it's a bank, but the base of your bank is technology. Technology is always in the right side of the law and the wrong side of the law at the same time. So how can you cope with that? So do you have proof of concepts constantly to test and then to after that deploy if you are strict with the law? It's like
yeah, we are completely crazy about security and being compliant because our role, our purpose is to be disruptive, to be newer in the market. So we must do it very consistently. There's no room for error. So any new technology, any new process, we go through a very deep analysis, and we do check it all the time if it's getting good results, if it's okay to run. As for instance, the manual process we do on the opening account to check the documents and the information, we could do it automatically, but we still are conservative at this point, and we prefer to do it manually as we see the technology going more and more suitable to go automatically this kind of analysis. So there's a balance between being disruptive and adopting new technology, but you have to know the time to put this in production and the time that you can run more risks, the kind of process you can run more risks, and the kind of process you cannot run risks. You cannot go wrong at opening an account. You can go wrong maybe sending an email for a prospect client or some kind. You can go a little bit more creative about technology, but opening an account is a very strict process. You cannot do anything wrong. So there are a lot of trial and errors, there are a lot of testing, and there is this kind of worries in our DNA to be technology enough to know the line, to not go ahead of that.
Yeah, because the financial market is one of the most controlled markets in the world. So in order to be disruptive, one needs to disrupt the law. So it's a fine line. It's like if you take half a step, after that law, you can create a mess. Because I don't know if you guys saw the Elizabeth Holmes, United States, the founder of Theranos. She will be arrested for like 20 years. She tried to apply the startup ideology or way to build a startup technology within the medical realm. So it's not that easy.
Yeah, and I think that another important thing is there a close dialogue, there's a close relationship with the regulators. So we are always talking with BACEN and even FEBRABAN, the Federation of the Banks. There is a lot of exchange. Everybody's aware that the world is changing at a very fast pace. Everybody's aware that there's a lot of trial and errors and new things. So there is a lot of dialogue going on and group of users, and even with the regulators being more open to that. So talking it openly and discussing the issue before going to production is also important.
No, perfect. And do you guys want to add something else? Or talk about
I would like to add something else, talking about digital identity. It's impossible to finish this topic in 45 minutes, but I will give an example that what are we doing under the Policy Development Group, the Financial Action Task Force. One of the jobs now, we are trying to create and adopt kind of guidance related to the risks under the digital identity. Once again, we are not discussing that is good or that is bad. This is not a question. This is a fact. And how can we mitigate the risks behind it? So we have three different sports there. The investor is a natural person. or it's a legal person. Oh, it's a legal regiment. You have 3 different ways to access and analyze this kind of information. For example, talking about trusts, if I have an investor, for example, in Luxembourg, maybe I need to access the information, the digital identity, not only related to the beneficiary, but the identification of the trustee and also the identification of the settler. So in one example, I need to access 3 kinds of identification. So sometimes it's not easy. Another point, we are talking about digital identity, but who will be responsible to issue it? It will be issued by a governmental agency or for the private sector. And another thing, you can have a digital identity in Luxembourg and another one in the United States if you are a resident there. Why not? Which one I will check? Both? So, as I said to you before, we have more questions now than answers.
So, I think that we run out of time, right? Yes.
Just give
yeah,
time
you
to
do not have
him to say goodbye.
A microphone.
Yes, if I may. Thank you very much. That was funny. Okay, well, thank you very much to the panelists. It was a very rich and discussion, I have to say. So please accompany me to put our hands together for our panel. They did a great job in time management, so highly appreciated. And we could still learn a lot from all 3 institutions. So thank you very much. I would suggest that to wrap up and finish, we can all do this together to be more efficient, yeah? So what I'm thinking is that each one of us can say a tweet. 140 character phrase or learning that they take home back to their institution and their business that will help them. So you are also welcome to post this tweet on Twitter. And of course, please tag the event, Innovation WSBI, hashtag Innovation WSBI. And also at WSBI Innovation. If not, we will retweet it anyways. So perhaps as we have already the panel here, we can start with our panelists. I can give you back your microphone, just so don't worry. And then I will take some notes of these tweets. So then we move on like this. Is everybody agreeing on this format? Yes? Yes? Very good. Okay, so please, Joseph.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Let's work hand in hand for staying both with the feet on earth and coping the millennials on the air.
I will just follow these words. I really like this sentence.
I think that the point is that we are living in a very different world from 10 or 20 years ago, and there are a lot of changes going on, so we have to think outside of the box, and it's not only the side of the customer, everybody has changed. I mean, even the workforce that gets into the company behaves differently, so it's a complete new world. You have to think everything differently.
Great. I would say that we need to start to work with the legacy because, what kept us from going upwards.
Yes, Miguel.
Hola. Hola. Ok, bueno, yo quizá diría, hay una cantidad de información, hay una cantidad de trabajo, hay una cantidad importante también de cosas nuevas y que no hay forma que no estemos en esa ola de innovación. Todos a trabajar, que hay muchas cosas por hacer en el futuro, ¿no?
Perfecto. Si puedes decir dos palabritas de quién eres, de dónde vienes, y por favor, bueno, also the rest of the participants that have not yet presented themselves, if they can say a few words about them before they say their 140-character tweet. Thanks.
Bueno, mi nombre es Miguel López, soy de El Salvador, trabajo en Fede Crédito.
Bueno, se escucha. Ok, bueno, mi nombre es Oscar Ruano, pertenezco a Fede Crédito de El Salvador. Yo creo que es importante escuchar qué nos dicen los clientes. Creo que eso es fundamental, escucharlos e interpretar sus emociones para lograr esa conexión que la banca necesita. O sea, que necesitamos pues estar conectados con ellos. No es una tarea fácil, ya que ha evolucionado, ha cambiado gustos, ha cambiado preferencias, pero lo que sí no ha cambiado es la razón de ser, que es la emoción y el sentimiento, nada más.
Ernesto Pacheco, Fede Crédito El Salvador. Sí es importante, continúo viendo en la mesa aquí de discusión, el diálogo que hay que mantener, los banqueros con los reguladores, eso se nota que hay que continuar innovando. El tema es, yo quizás vengo ex Banco Central, entiendo un poco lo que están hablando, o sea, cuidan un poco los, digamos, el negocio de la intermediación financiera, los riesgos que implican los fraudes, los datos de los clientes, el ahorro, inversión, ese proceso que necesita la economía, eso siempre va a necesitar la economía, pero igual le tienen miedo a esas cosas que no controlan, porque las superintendencias del Banco Central están acostumbrados a tener todo bajo control. O sea, cuando él dice, caminas por donde yo te diga que camines, y ese es un tema que se les está escapando. Sigo viendo eso. Y luego, internamente, los de tecnología tienen que trabajar muy fuertemente con las otras unidades. Una coordinación, las unidades funcionales que piensan la estrategia, los deseos, las nuevas cosas, junto con los de tecnología. Tiene que haber un trabajo interno muy fuerte.
Muchas gracias. Albert.
Hello? Okay, it's open. Okay, now. Well, just a simple thing that you don't have to forget. I've seen, and by working, well, this is Albert Morales from Strange, from Barcelona. And by working with so many different banks, top-tier banks, mid-tier, smaller, there is one thing I see in common from what I think will be the banks that will survive in the following 10 to 20 years. You have to think, and obviously these sessions are around innovation. I see in the banks are defining innovation as a separate business unit within the bank are going to fail. Innovation has to be part of every single department on a day-to-day basis. Innovation should be something natural on every of the employees on the bank. So you really need to trust and care about what can be accomplished thanks to innovation. Technology obviously has some risks, but this is all about taking risks. So if you don't take risks, there won't be any profit. And this is a binomial that always goes together. So please, take use of partners, like technology partners that are here to help as well on that journey. You don't have to go on your own. But leverage the technology in order to have a proper continuous business and healthy business.
Perfect. Carlos.
Hello, I'm Carlos del Molino from CaixaBank. I am the representative director for CaixaBank Brazil. And I feel very grateful of having you guys all here today. I'm really proud of hosting this event of the World Saving Bank Institute. Well, I don't have any question regarding the presentations. I'm learning here, so thanks again for sharing all your knowledge. Well, you are always welcome here in our house. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Joan? Turn it on, please. Oh, it's on. Okay. It's on. It's on. It's red.
Hello, it's on?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Let me say two things. One very, very short, which is a tweet.
Go
and
ahead.
The other one, I want to make a comment on financial education. Okay, when it comes to my tweet, it would be that we banks, this is referred to banks, should think out of the box as well when it comes to cooperation. Cooperating with fintechs, with big techs, with other banks all together on a separate way, but I do believe that we really have to go out of the box when it comes to devising cooperation within the digital area. Second comment that I want to make is that from the WSBI, we have prepared a program, what we call a toolkit, for financial education. So we have selected the best in terms of financial education from a number of members. The German saving banks are very good at promoting entrepreneurial skills for kids. From La Caixa Foundation, also entrepreneurial. We've been looking at other institutions like Erste Bank, Swedbank, and the WSBI itself has a very strong record. You know that we've had previously an agreement, a contract with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for 20 million. Later on, we currently are developing a contract with MasterCard. So then I'm going to provide copies of this, and this is something that is available to any of you that would like to consider promoting financial education on your countries through your institutions. Then we will also provide you this in a digital copy. I have a few paper copies that I'll distribute them to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan. Diego?
No, muy brevemente, Diego Prieto, presidente de Banco Caja Social Colombia. No,
Chairman del GRULAC.
Sí, presidente del GRULAC. No, un mensaje muy breve de algo que ya había dicho, ¿no? La imperiosa necesidad de romper paradigmas para aquello de que nuestra razón de ser, que es el servicio al cliente, se haga realidad. Simplemente eso.
Muchas gracias, Diego. Marilyn?
My name is Marilyn. I'm a business development manager for Mambu for Americas. Sorry. And well, the message I want to leave is that I think we're just doing it in a great way, just putting all the players together, traditional banks, digital banks, regulatory agents, and disruptive suppliers as us in the same room to discuss trends, specific goals, and all this kind of stuff. I think that's the right thing to do. And thank you, Jaime, for inviting me. Like in the last minute we got in touch. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for accompanying us today, really. Lorena?
Hi, I am Lorena Alcantara, a recent philosophy graduate. So I've realized about the importance of remaining flexible in this inevitable integration between traditional banking and all of its legacy and fintech with all of its continuous innovation, and also all of the governmental regulations that are in place.
Very good. Thank you. Leonardo?
I have a colleague that says that if I'm given a problem to solve, I'm going to spend 99% of the time thinking about the problem and only 1% of the time thinking about the solution. And I think that everything that we saw today reinforces that idea that us as partners and tech providers need to continue to do a effort to understand the problems of the industry so that we can provide meaningful solutions through innovation.
Very good. Thanks.
Okay, hello. I'm Samara from Caixa Econômica Federal. I work in a traditional bank, so as we discussed here today, we face many challenges trying to adapt to this new environment. So I think discussions like we had here today are very important to help us expand our views and think of solutions that sometimes during our routine it's difficult to stop and think about the whole picture. So I appreciate everything that we discussed here today.
Thank you very much. Yes, Adriani?
Hello, I am Adriane from Caixa Econômica, and I'd like to thank you for all the learning disseminated today, and I think that we need more moments like this. It was a very rich experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a lot of information, and my tweet would be something like, innovation is a way to go, but first we must ask ourselves who are our client and what they really need from us, so we can add value, the right value for them, and not only for the client, but as a government bank to the society as well.
Very good, thanks.
I would like to say that digital transformation is not about technology. Digital transformation is about people. And this event showed me this once more time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that sums up very much what we have been seeing today. Also, we had the opportunity to do a little bit of a wrap-up at each session, so already we gained a bit of time there. If you can all accompany me here in the front, so we can do the group pictures, and then we can have a little pit stop in the bathroom and go to our study visit and try to get there on reasonably time. Thank you very much for accompanying us today, for the distances traveled, for all the different insights. I think it was a very interesting exchange, and I hope it was useful for you as well. Thank you.